council delegates by, oops, is that the right one? It is, by submitting a written question using the BOE questions form on the website, or by signing up for live audio Portage Speaks on the website as well. Adequate written notice of this meeting has been provided of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education, has been sent to both townships and village clerks, the Star Ledger, the News Record, tapintosomba.net, and thevillagegreen.com. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Bring you guys back up. Okay. For the first time, Ms. Del Garcia, will you please call the roll, and also note that all board members notified us that they would be in attendance this evening.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce anyone's name. Board member Susan Bergen.
Present.
Board member Shannon Cuddle.
Here.
Student representative Lily Foreman.
Here.
Board member Thayer Joshua.
Here.
Board member Anne Marie Manny.
Here.
Board member Elisa Malaspina.
Here. And it's Alyssa, but that's okay.
I'm sorry. I told you I was going to screw something up. Anyway.
It's close. I honestly answer to like anything close.
Same here. Board member Erin Siders.
Here.
Board member Courtney Winkfield.
Here.
Board member Johanna Wright.
Present.
Board member Kamal Zubieta.
We can't hear you, but we see you.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Del Garcia. Before we get started, just before we move any further, I'd like to make a motion that this meeting of the Board of Ed will be held virtually due to the ongoing pandemic. Can I have a second? Second, all in favor? Thumbs, hands, great. All right, that was unanimous, Ms. Del Garcia.
Okay.
And I will now turn it over to Student Representative Lily Foreman to do our board recognition.
Is my audio okay? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. First, we're starting with recognizing the South Orange Music Program. Once again, the South Orange and Maplewood School District Music Program has been recognized by the philanthropic arm of the National Association of Music Merchants Trade Association for its commitment to music education with the 2021 Best Communities for Music Education Award. SOMSD was one out of 686 school districts that are among the best communities in the nation for music education. The award program recognizes outstanding efforts by teachers, administrators, parents, students, and community leaders who have made music education part of a well-rounded education. Designations are made to districts and schools that demonstrate an exceptionally high commitment and access to music education. Congratulations to James Mano, Supervisor of Fine Arts, and to all of our amazing district music educators and student musicians. Congratulations. And next we have CHS student Eliana Perlman, who was selected for this summer's New Jersey Scholars Program, Mind and Body, The Future of Being Human. New Jersey Scholars Program is a tuition-free 5-week summer program for rising seniors of any high school in New Jersey. Each school is permitted to submit up to 2 applications, and the process is coordinated by the Director of Guidance. Applicants write essays, submit a paper written for a class, a letter of recommendation, and a transcript of their grades. If selected as a semi-finalist, applicants are invited to participate in a group interview with NJSP. The program selects 39 scholars from among the semi-finalists. The mission of the New Jersey Scholars Program is to reach out to able and enthusiastic students who come from a broad cross-section of the state's population. The program creates an intense, interdisciplinary intellectual experience that will change students' lives by teaching them to think in a new way, relating disciplines instead of dividing them. Scholars participate in lectures and small group seminars where they actively engage with the disciplines. And that concludes the recognitions for tonight.
Thank you, Student Representative Foreman. I'd like to make motion to approve board minutes for the executive and regular sessions of March 15th. Before we do that, any comments or suggestions or questions or edits? Okay, we will now move those into the record. I'll quickly read the board statement and then we will turn this over to Dr. Taylor. School board meeting is a business meeting in public, not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes it may appear as two members of the audience that, that the board is taking action with very little comment and in many cases unanimous vote. Before matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If superintendent is satisfied with the matter and is ready to present it to the Board of Education, it is then referred to appropriate board committee. Members of board committees work with administration and superintendent to ensure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses it, it is presented to the full board for discussion and before any action is taken. And now only then is it placed for action at a public meeting. Okay, and with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Taylor.
Thank you to our board president. Just one quick sound check that everyone can hear me. Yes, great. Hello, members of the public. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We have a few very brief but also very important presentations for you. The first one is an update on our phased reopening plan that again restarted today. Mr. Bonds, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I will share my screen.
Thank you, Mr. Bonds. And again, good evening to everyone. This is a brief update for our board members and also the community regarding our phased reopening. Next slide, please. So our purpose today is twofold: to give you an update on where we are regarding our phased reopening, inclusive of an update on the details of our families who selected hybrid, and also a breakdown of the demographics of those families who selected hybrid versus all virtual. Additionally, we want to provide you with a brief update on our preparation for phase 4 and phase 5 of our reopening plans. This will include our upgrades of our ventilation systems as well as partitions that we have procured. Next slide, please. Since our initial reopening survey to families regarding a return to in-person learning, we have, of course, offered additional opportunities for families to choose to opt in. The following represents statistics as our March 25th deadline has now passed. Next slide, please. We will first show you our overall cohort selection by both numbers and percentages. Next slide, please. As you can see, you have here listed all of our schools, as well as in blue, the number of students who selected hybrid. And in white, all of the families, the number of families who have informed us that they would like to stay all virtual, and of course, a total column. Now you see the percentage of families who have selected hybrid per school as well as virtual. One thing to note is that there's an asterisk next to MECC that represents the Montrose Early Childhood Center, which also includes those off-site early childhood centers who partner with us as part of our pre-K expansion program. Next slide, please. Now to give you a brief breakdown racially of those cohort selections. as you can see, for our entire district here, you have broken down by race the total breakdown of our student population, and also per the hybrid or virtual selection. Again, I won't insult you by reading to you, but you can read from left to right and follow the demographics that are within each of these categories. To give a specific emphasis, overall, our student population is made up of 25% Black students or families who have identified as Black. And when breaking down their family selections in either hybrid or virtual settings, you see it's almost 50% each. Similarly, for our families who identify as Asian, and you can move down the chart. We will have a brief summary at the end here. Overall, you can see that about 68, 69% of our families have selected hybrid, which is approximately 4,685 families. When looking at some trends that are involved with these selections, we see that there's a higher percentage of hybrid selections for families who have younger students. Next slide, please. And so in trying to give a universal view of this topic, this very important topic, when we look at the breakdown of hybrid versus virtual selections, and also looking at some of the work that we're doing behind the scenes around achievement data thus far in our school year, it reveals what many of our national reports have shared, that there are significant racial and socioeconomic disparities in how we are experiencing the effect of the pandemic. One of many articles is on the bottom of your screen there from the US News and World Report that speaks about some of the significant racial disparities in school openings. Next slide, please. Also in the news has been the reticence that families are feeling about selecting the hybrid options. That is not just our district that's experiencing this. Some of the largest districts in the country are also experiencing families who are not yet comfortable with being in person, even for a hybrid setting. Next slide, please. So here's again a high-level summary regarding this data and some of the work that we're doing behind the scenes in reviewing our student achievement work. There's, of course, no silver bullet, no magic pill to alleviate the achievement gap that existed pre-COVID. That's been a part of the work that we've been doing. There most certainly is no quick fix for the exacerbated need for both academic intervention and acceleration, and also the social and emotional recovery for our most underserved and underrepresented students. So our planning and our execution, it'll be multifaceted and embedded in our daily work as we are trying to really make sure that we're giving our students, especially our students who we know were a part of the achievement gap that we inherited in district, the most opportunities for engagement and also intervention and acceleration. Next slide, please. So each of these slides that you're going to see now, we're going to go past them very quickly because they will be a part of our website, but we broke down this data per school. Mr. Bonds, you can go through these again, broken down by demographics per school. You can push right through. This is Columbia High School, Maplewood Middle, South Orange Middle, Clinton, Jefferson, Marshall, Seth Boyden, South Mountain, Tuscan, And now just a little bit about our phase 4 and phase 5 that are pending a launch very shortly. Next slide, please. Before we do, we wanted to make sure that we help the community to understand some of our decision-making around the need for a post-spring break quarantine for our district. And also, most importantly, as we have emphasized, a continued vigilance around COVID-19 mitigation. Next slide, please. Many of you are aware that we do maintain a district dashboard regarding COVID infections that are linked to our district, meaning a student or a staff member. As you can see from the most recent data that we have seen an increase of COVID positive cases that have been reported to our district. Hence the recommendation from our departments of health and our healthcare professionals to quarantine during this time that follows 2 weeks after a time of likely gatherings and also travel. Next slide, please. So last Friday, April the 9th, we released an update on our return to the classroom. Some very, very brief reminders. Next slide, please. We continue to update our phase reopening based on the latest information. Next slide, please. This includes phase 4, which will begin next Monday. And again, phase 4 includes our 8th graders and our seniors joining us. And it also includes us combining our cohorts for our pre-K through 2nd grade. Next slide, please. Phase 5 will begin on May 3rd. And again, I have to emphasize that our health departments, who have been such a wonderful partner for us, are monitoring, they are monitoring the impact of our opening, if any, on the COVID transmission numbers that they see here in our towns. But if all goes well, and we expect it to, we'll all work together to make sure that we're doing all we can to mitigate COVID-19 in our community. We'll be able to bring all families who have selected hybrid in every grade level back to our school buildings. And again, I won't go through this chart because we have sent out, of course, this information recently to all of our families. Next slide, please. So regarding our ventilation concerns that have been discussed throughout our school year, we've come to an agreement with SOMEA regarding mechanical ventilation. We have purchased more than 200 air purification units that have been disseminated and installed in the appropriate classrooms and instructional spaces that are now available for our phased reopening as we move into phase 4 and phase 5 with more students returning to our school buildings. And we're very excited about that. Next slide, please. We also have shared in our previous communique that Governor Murphy's recent allowance for 3 feet of social distancing for our elementary schools will allow us to again combine our cohorts and shift to a 5-day methodology. And we want to make sure that everyone is aware of the guidance that we have received via the CDC and our Department of Health for the state of New Jersey. Some of that guidance spoke about when you're going from 6 feet of social distancing to 3, it can become a little more complex, and that, you know, that districts could and perhaps should move forward with additional mitigation for the lack of social distancing. So we've taken the step of purchasing individual partitions for each of our elementary students whose families have indicated that they are returning to hybrid. This does not mean classrooms that every student will have a desk partition every single day. But what it is, it's a fail-safe to assist our teachers in efficiently organizing our classrooms in the safest and most age-appropriate way. We've examined many ways to organize our classrooms. Our principals, assistant principals, and other staff members have been working together. We have delivered these partitions to our schools to assist them with keeping everyone safe and understanding again that we want to make sure that we not only are being COVID safe, but that we're also making sure that we're not violating fire code violations for egress and all those type of things. So the purchase of these partitions will allow our teachers to be a little creative in ensuring that everyone again is safe. Next slide, please. And so we wanted to make sure that everyone who was attending could leave knowing what these partitions look like. And what you see on the right-hand side is an example of one. But we also have a very brief video of this partition in action. And you can see this by the size of the child and how easily that they deal with this and how sturdy it is, that I hope that you agree it was a great purchase, just to make sure that we all have more peace of mind with social distancing shrinking. Mr. Bonds? As you can see, folds up very easily. This child looks to be, even a pre-K or kindergartner, and very easily I was able to maneuver this partition. Next slide, please. So at the end of this presentation, we just wanted to share with you the links to some of the items that we referenced. It includes, of course, the articles from the usnews.com, and also some links to the CDC and also our New Jersey Department of Health regarding the use of partitions and barriers to support social distancing. To our board president, that concludes this presentation. If it's your recommendation, we can pause for a very brief number of questions from our board members, or we can move to our guests and begin the discussion on intentional integration and the algorithm, and shift back to these questions at the end, whatever you prefer.
Let's, since we do have a guest, and I can't see, but if anyone, I guess, hold on. If you do have a question, raise your hand. Okay. Board Member Wingfield? No? No? Yes. Okay.
Thank you for that presentation, Dr. Taylor. And I genuinely appreciate the transparency of sharing the racial breakdowns, in particular of the hybrid enrollment for each school and across the district. I think it's really important to really shine a light on that. And I think, as you acknowledged, as we take stock of this pandemic, we're going to have to really grapple with the impacts that have been experienced by certain populations, in particular in our communities, and many others, our Black and Brown families and students. And I think this really links to your presentation from last month, when you presented some of the stimulus funding proposal ideas for supporting a recovery. And I know the board wanted to hear a lot more information around what data was being used to drive some of those decisions. And I think at this point, what I would really love to hear is what's the district doing to really get underneath and begin to learn a little bit more about what our students and families have actually experienced this year. I think, the disparities in terms of who is electing to come back to school is certainly something worth investigating. I also think a lot of the academic data that has been shared and we referenced last month, and the disparities in terms of who's capturing credits and who isn't. I think it's important to take some time to get underneath that and better understand why some of our students, some of our Black students in particular, have not experienced more success this year. So my question is, what are we doing as a district before we seek to develop remedies to really understand what our students have experienced?
Thank you. That's a great question. I think that this goes down to the granular level, right? This is how do we engage kids who are not engaging with our platforms? We've invested a lot in these platforms. We've had parental trainings. We've had, of course, a lot of teacher and principal trainings and supervisor trainings that we've invested in. And one of the first alarms around students not doing well, right, is their lack of connection, their lack of attendance, their lack of follow through with their assignments. We've had many candid conversations with our guidance counselors, our assistant principals, and others who are engaging, who are trying to engage and trying to problem solve and trying to support families who have what I would say are obvious red flags needing assistance, right? And I can tell you from some of those candid conversations, it appears that many of our students who have not been successful, they're just not in a space that they want to engage digitally anymore. They're not feeling connected. They're not feeling their learning style isn't being satisfied by this platform that we're all on. Additionally, I've said this in previous meetings, right? That there's a general malaise that we all feel, that many of us feel as an example from having our board meetings this way, from having to engage digitally, losing that physical presence, losing those in-person triggers that help us to be connected and motivated. And so many of our conversations have centered around that, right? And centered around parents maybe feeling like they're at their wits' end with trying to encourage their students to get on the platform digitally, and being exhausted trying to really get behind their students to engage this way. So I think that there are many different reasons, but I think if you had to categorize them, and with the work that we're doing and the conversations that we're having now and the ones that will continue, they center around just the lack of connectiveness that I think many of us feel. And I think it also is exacerbated, as I said in the presentation, some of the academic gaps that were already there, right? That if there was already an achievement gap that was existing, maybe it was based on, and I have to put a maybe in front of this because I just want to be careful. Maybe it's based on the student's learning style and our district's success or lack thereof of connecting to the students based on what they need, not just what we can give. And that would be definitely exacerbated by this current situation and circumstance.
Just to follow up very briefly, in the spirit of what you did in your presentation, I would like us to be more precise, because when 40% more of our Black students are ending up with an F at the end of the second quarter, I think it's worth it to really drill down and do some sort of rigorous analysis from a qualitative standpoint of what the experiences have been for our Black students, both academically and social emotionally, so that any recovery plan is not a plan that is a for-all approach, right? Because we're not having a for-all experience from an academic or social emotional standpoint. So I would love to see the district, first and foremost, before a plan is derived, first really get underneath and understand what the experience has been for our Black students who are experiencing the recourse of some of the lack of connectiveness or whatever is going on at such higher rates. And then I would love to see a reframe of some of the presentation of how to spend those federal stimulus dollars so that it is really targeted at our students, our Black students, who are going to need the most support when we come back.
Thank you. And just for the record, those were not stimulus funds. That was additional state aid funds. I know it's all funds to help our kids, but we want to make sure just for the public record that we're accurate. And we definitely take that recommendation. It matches some of the work that we're doing. And while we can't do a qualitative analysis of and interview every student who has not been successful, I think that we have the opportunities to engage students who, because part of it, right, is, again, I feel like I'm disrespecting the board president's request to be brief, because this is again a passionate topic. That part of it is, right, how do you engage a student digitally who doesn't want to engage digitally, right? That's some of the conversations that we're having, right? That if a student doesn't want and this is what some of the, and I've seen these conversations with my own eyes through emails that were shared with me, right? That a parent says, you're asking me to get my kid on a digital platform to talk about why he doesn't want to get on a digital platform, right? It begins to just be cyclical. So, but I definitely acknowledge, and we are taking those next steps, and we'll be happy to share our completed project with the board.
Thank you. I look forward to that.
Thank you, Board Member Wakefield. Board Member Malaspina, then Board Member Cuddle, and then Bergen.
I'd like to echo Board Member Wingfield's concerns and push also for that student narrative, because student voice is so important. And I don't think we should be making decisions with money unless we know if these are things that the students really supports, that they will use and they will continue to and that they want. And I have to raise up the idea that I am concerned that the numbers we're seeing are showing, you're telling us, Dr. Taylor, that kids don't want, to be on screens, and that we all know, as an educator, I know that being in person is a more of a quality education for these students. But we're seeing the numbers are showing that our highest failure rates are our African-American students, yet our African-American students are not coming back at the rate that our white students are. So what is being done to either help them or to, I guess to help to help close that, or to talk, to parents about that, or deal with those issues, because from what you're telling me and what the numbers are showing don't really add up. Oh, and also just one more thing, I'll throw it in there now. At least the high school parents, we have no idea what cohorts we're in. So I've been getting a lot of questions from parents on what cohort is my kid coming back in, because our 12th graders are coming back and we have no idea what cohorts we're getting into next week. So if anything can be pushed out to those parents, it would be helpful.
Thank you. So one thing that I've tried to really communicate throughout this process is that I respect everyone's choice, right? That if a family is not comfortable returning to in person, that's a very personal choice for that family. I'm not trying to convince them, and I say that in a very respectful way. I'm trying to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to select. And I think that that's in alignment with the governor's executive order. I do think that opportunities like this to share this type of information, it may help to engage some families. Learning about more safety protocols may help to engage families. And also understanding that, as I've told a few families who reached out to me, that their responses help us plan, right? And that having success and not having any documented in school, in classroom spread gives parents confidence. But I believe that we have to just be very careful when we're trying to convince people that they have no choice whether to come in or not. And so I want to make sure that I respect that choice. Regarding, I have a note here. So the high school cohort, I know that we've been working with Principal Sanchez because we wanted to rethink that cohort as more students come back, to have to shift from 3 cohorts to 2, to allow for a similar AABB type of approach for the high schools. And we'll be pushing something out shortly about that. We're just working through the last pieces because there's some glitches that we're finding in PowerSchool doing that. So thank you for that.
Thank you for that. I want to state that I was not saying, I completely believe in parent choice. My concern really is that we're doing everything in our power to help those students that are struggling, and giving them the resources they need to succeed. And I'm very concerned because it does not seem that is happening right now.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. Board Member Cuddle.
Thank you, President Joshua. I just wanted to echo some of my colleagues with concerns and some of the report outs that we did receive within CNI about student disparities, particularly with targeting students of color. And thank you, Dr. Taylor, for your reopening report tonight. One question I did have was in regards to, I know that it's imperative that we allow choice for our families and students. In that regard, though, and I know that making sure we're maintaining ourselves in line with the governor's executive orders and other mandates and specific protocols and recommendations. I wondered if you could speak to, though, if there will be any, the district will be putting together anything aligned with bringing students to help bring them back into the fold, into the classroom, not just from a social emotional standpoint, but perhaps from like a peer-to-peer support system or a buddy system or something along the lines to help really change that climate and culture, right? To be more welcoming and inviting for students to find their way back to us, because we know, just like with our parents and our volunteers in the community, our students come through many different doors and pathways to get to us and access points. And that might look very different depending on the student's needs. And so if they may not envision or see themselves within those doors or pathways, they might not feel even comfortable to take those first steps to rejoin us. So I didn't know perhaps if that was something you could speak to, or something perhaps that we could just maybe flag and put that we can perhaps approach as a district and talk at a later point. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Board Member Cuttle. I truly appreciate that problem-solving approach. We had a similar approach regarding food insecurity, if you recall earlier during these circumstances. Similarly, with the digital divide, with being able to not only disseminate Chromebooks, but also work with partners to have hotspots and our township partners for the tower. I think that is a great approach. I'm just always a little bit leery, and so it probably will have to take some thought partners to help kind of think through ways that we can make folks feel comfortable, right? That this is a safe option for all families, and also understanding that there are some students that we've heard from who are thriving during this time too, right? That this fits their learning style, that perhaps this is something that aligns with them, but maybe doesn't align with many other students, and trying to respect that space as well. I know that we've been doing a lot of work around the IR&S, the intervention committee that our schools have. And so perhaps that would be a good place for us to start is, again, leveraging that group, the IR&S committees, to see if there's some thread that can assist us. But I would love to think more on that. Thank you for that recommendation.
Thank you, Board Member Cuttle. Board Member Birkin.
Thank you, President Joshua. Dr. Taylor, I just wanted to repeat my request that the data on failures and absences that has been shared with CNI be shared with the full board, so that we can all sort of engage with this presentation and conversation with the same set of information.
Acknowledge and thank you. We definitely will.
Thank you.
Board Member Sider.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Taylor, for that presentation. I know the data shows that the majority of our students are coming in, or our families are opting for the hybrid or / in-person instruction. I just want to make sure that we're not shortchanging those families who've chosen to remain virtual, and that they have a high quality access to instruction, the same as those students who are in person, especially since, of course, based on that data, the majority of our Black and Brown students have chosen to be virtual. Get to be virtual.
Thank you. And we've been, that's been one of the topics that some families have sent me emails about, right? That they are choosing to stay virtual, and they're concerned that if the majority of the parents are selecting hybrid and we're combining cohorts, are we still going to have a connection with the students who remain all virtual, especially in the elementary grades? That will be an insistence from us, right? We're going to maintain the same methodology for those students, the same connection to their teacher and their you know, making space for them to even have, you know, very similar interaction with their classmates. So I agree 100%. We're not freezing out anyone in this work, you know, for lack of a better term, and just trying to be very inclusive. I know some of our peer groups that are occurring in our secondary schools are working towards this end too, right? To try to bridge this gap, just that this methodology creates between us. So I definitely appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. And thank you again for the presentation. If you would do the honors of introducing our next guests, and then we look forward to this presentation as well.
Thank you very much, Board President. It's my pleasure to introduce our visitors here who have served as our consultants for our intentional integration algorithm. They bring, saying a wealth of experience would probably not be, not touch the tip of the iceberg for all the work that they've done in this realm over the last several decades. Mr. Alves and also Ms. McCardle, are you there? Oh, I can't see my screen moving around a little bit. Welcome to our school district. We look forward to hearing more. For the public who may not be aware, we've been working with these two geniuses for the last several months, and they recently had the opportunity to attend our policy committee meeting here for the board to walk through the intentional integration algorithm, including the simulations that were done to try and predict how this algorithm will impact the kindergarten class of 2021. I will give the floor to Mr. Alves, and Mr. Alves, if you'd like to give us any opening words, Mr. Bonds is prepared to share your documents for everyone to see at your leisure.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. My name is Michael Alves, and I'm an educational planner, and I've been specializing in school desegregation issues for about 45 years, probably long before many of you were born. And I used to be the state director for desegregation for the state of Massachusetts. And we've worked at Brown University in a desegregation center there as their senior planner. And I also have my own consulting company, the Alves Educational Group, and I've had the opportunity to work all throughout the United States. And I worked in New Jersey back in the early 1980s with Montclair. And with Montclair, New Jersey, they were very interested in a program that I had in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And and I have a son who has a home in on the Jersey Shore. And so I love New Jersey a lot, and especially in the summertime. But anyway, it's a great state. So anyway, what I'd like to do briefly was to simply summarize the work that Nancy and I have been doing collaboratively with Dr. Taylor and his staff. And Keith especially has been very helpful, and Dr. Perez. And as the superintendent says, this is your intentional integration initiative. And right away, I want to commend you for that. I think that the fact that the school district is certainly committed to diversity and fairness and equity is certainly to be praised, especially at a time when this, I think, is certainly one of the most compelling issues in the country, and I think the most compelling issue facing education in terms of being able to bring young children together on equal status and be educated and grow and be friends. I think this country certainly needs this very badly. When we began, Superintendent explained that you were very interested in what was called the Berkeley model. We're very familiar with that. And you had used Erica Frankenberg, who's a fellow desegregation expert from Pennsylvania State. So I'm quite familiar with the model, and so isn't Nancy. But when we began to review that in light of your school district, it became apparent that would have to make some important adjustments. It wasn't just a simple fix where you take exactly what they do and fit it into your school district. And this is the way I've worked all these years. Every community, even though you have a lot of commonalities, each community obviously has their own particularities. And everything in the community. And so what we began examining is the fact that right now you have so-called attendance boundaries, and we're just looking at the elementary schools for now. And so in our work, that's called a residential-based assignment. So the basis of the assignment is where a child lives. And that's extremely important. And given the legal situation today in this country in regards to racial and ethnic integration, I designed a plan in Seattle, Washington in 1987. And then the Supreme Court 20 years later, in 2007, ruled that what had been working very well was somehow unconstitutional. And that Supreme Court made it very difficult to, in fact, many people believe they kind of outlawed it, that you cannot assign a child solely on the basis of the child's race. But at the same time, school districts could pursue having racially integrated schools. So you say, well, how are you going to do that if you cannot consider the child's race? And so began, anyway, prior to that, I had been exploring combining socioeconomic issues with issues of race and ethnicity. And so I designed a plan in Champaign, Illinois, called the Multifaceted Socioeconomic Model. And that has worked extremely well in Champaign. And since then, it's become kind of the gold standard around the country. Just within the last week or so, White Plains, New York, Cambridge, Massachusetts, and several other school systems have using this type of approach. So what we've done here with your district is certainly consider the fact that you would be assigning children based on where they live, because again, not assigning them based on race. And so we believe very strongly that that certainly should pass constitutional muster. And also that you're interested in continuing to make what we call administrative assignments at this time. Superintendent, when we began working, you had already began the registration process for kindergarten in the coming school year. And you were already having parents sign up their children for next year. And so it just made sense to me because while I believe strongly in fairness and equity, I'm extremely practical. Plans have to be implementable. Plans should also not generate a lot of disruption in a community. And so clearly you already are registering children for next year. So that's the group that we'll be focusing on to assign your kindergarten children for the coming school year. But the important thing is that you'd be using a diversity conscious or intentional integration approach, so-called algorithm. And so with Berkeley, that way it works, you're looking at where children live, utilizing the census information that's best available. It's called the block group census information, which is the smallest geographic unit in the census. And as Nancy will explain in detail, if there are questions regarding how we went about examining the block groups and looking at what we call 3 diversity tiers. tier 1, a tier 2, and a tier 3. And the tier 1 would be for families who are living in an area that is essentially low income. You're very familiar with the free federal free lunch program. So for example, most of those families would be living in an area that would be considered low SES. And there's medium and there's high. And there's also, as Nancy explained, we also look at the educational attainment of adults over 25 years old in regards to, again, the various areas of the city that is subdivided by these block groups. And also, we are very committed to doing simulations. I don't know anybody else who really does that, but I've been doing this for years. And what's very important before you ask the board to adopt a policy, something new, that should have some sense as to how it would probably work or not work in a community. And so we looked at, and this is with the assistance of Keith, the current 2020 kindergarten enrollment. And you asked the question, what if you had adopted this algorithm a year ago and assigned those children with this diversity conscious approach, instead of how you assign the children using primarily your attendance areas. And so we were able to get that information from your student data with the assistance of Keith. And so we did analyze that information in looking at the children in terms of being low, medium, or high SES. And then we set out to conduct what we call a series of simulations. And the way this is done in desegregation, you have a district-wide, or in this case, a kindergarten-wide percentage of low, medium, or high SES. And you are able to then try to assign the children to the school within a particular variance. For example, 29% of those applicants were considered low SES. And so you'd allocate 29% of the seats in each school for low. Medium was 31 and high was 40%. And you would say, well, what if you had no variance? You had to have exactly those percentages. What would the outcome be? And then, well, what if you went up? You could go plus or minus 5%, and then maybe a plus or minus 10%. Our experience in a school district your size is certainly 10% would be the maximum that you could possibly think of. I've worked in all kinds of school districts, for example, Wake County, North Carolina, with 160,000 students that we had designed a plan for them that they've been using now for over 6-7 years. And so then we worked with school districts that are similar to your size, White Plains, New York, Cambridge, and so forth. So the size of the district certainly needs to be taken into account, but the fact that you have right now 5 schools, and we already identified 403 students that we were going to run the simulations against. I felt very strongly that I think that those 3 simulations would be more than sufficient. And also now, which people want to know about, is the actual sequencing of the assignments after you've allocated the percentages in the school, each school for kindergarten, for SES. The first group of children that would be administratively assigned would be your special education and English language learners. And those children, the district with this model, should be administratively assigned the children. You would assign those children to the school that is best suited for them educationally. In other words, it'd be a programmatic assignment. This gives you, obviously, what's important is you're not just assigning a child based on where they live, but you're assigning the child to the school that you feel is most educationally appropriate for the child. So those, we usually call those pre-assignments. So they get assigned first. And again, all of this is within socioeconomic tier. The next group up would be children who have an older sibling. Kindergarten child has an older sibling in the elementary grades. And your policy is you want those children to go to the same school, which of course, I've done, I don't know, maybe 100 of these plans over the years using different algorithms. But certainly every district wants to be able to ensure that children from the same family can attend the same school if the parents want that, and most vast majority wants the children to stay together. And so we then would assign that group of students next. And so your incoming kindergarten child who has an older sibling, and that needs to be verified by the district that the older child is actually related. And that this is very important, that they would actually be attending the same school during the same school year in the future. In other words, this is not legacy. I worked with a school district once who wanted legacy, and even if the older child was in college, some younger child, they wanted to go to the same kindergarten, and that just is unfair on its face for other parents. But certainly, if the children are the same age span, your system is a K-5 elementary, then certainly it makes sense for those children to go to the same school. So now, then we get to the children who are non-sibling. They don't have the sibling priority. And this is where we felt very strongly what's important is that, excuse me, that you would then, since you're administratively assigning, you would try to assign the child to their nearest school. Excuse me. And so for the non-siblings, Nancy was able to determine what their distance was from their home to each school. And so we assigned the children who live nearest to the school for each tier until you filled up the seats. And that's important. And of course, there was a question regarding how you would calculate the distance. What we did initially was just, and Nancy will explain it, it's just simply the distance, so-called as the crow flies. But also you can take into account the actual streets and travel time, travel distance, and so forth. But for these simulations, we're just trying to make sure the children were able to be assigned to the school nearest their home. And now, of course, that could you could have more than one child live the same distance from a school. So one of the techniques we designed long ago was to issue every child a so-called random number, computer generated. And in this case, it's based on the number of students we're trying to assign. So the low number would be 1, the high number 403, with the low number being you'd have priority over a higher number. And that comes in handy because then we are noticing in the distance data, you could have 5 children all live 0.5 from half a mile from a school. And so we would give the assignment to the child with the lowest random number. That's inherently fair. It's not racial, it's not socioeconomic, it's just inherently a fair way to decide who should be assigned to the school. And we also felt it's important, certainly, that we're very cognizant of issues regarding transportation and transportation dollars. Going back to Wake County, the district was 30 miles long and about close to 40 miles wide in some cases. And the Chamber of Commerce, who commissioned us to design this plan for the school district, they were very concerned about runaway transportation costs. So clearly you have to be very prudent financially with these kinds of plans. And so we feel, at least for the first year, to be able to make every effort of assigning children to their nearest school and assigning these children in a way that would be promoting certainly socioeconomic and also racial. And we'll show you some results that show the good results on that would be a win-win for the parents and the community in the school budget. So let's see. Also, what I'd like to do now is to point out a couple of charts. What you're looking at now are the results of the different simulations that we ran. And what's important here is to see what the starting point was. So, for example, we're looking just at the socioeconomic diversity. So the 5 schools, the elementary schools, for example, the percentage of low SES attending Seth Boyden was 71% of the children, in contrast to the South Mountain Annex, which includes South Mountain itself, was only 3.5%. And so you could see a significant disparity. And then also, that was just for low, and on the medium SES, again, there were disparities in regards to Seth Boyden, Marshall, Clinton, that these are all where you either plus or minus well more than 10% variance. And the similar, on the high SES, without a doubt, there was tremendous variance in regards to your so-called high SES. And then we did the variance without zero variance. And as you can imagine, the variance is, if it was trying to hit exactly that 29%, 31 and 40, that you were able to achieve that. But my experience is that that's simply something that is not very practical. You need to have some variation, some wiggle room. You can't, this is not a quota type approach. It's simply trying to be able to have a range of diversity. And then we ran on 5%, and we certainly were very impressed with the 5%. For each socioeconomic group, the variances were less than 5%. And that was a very good outcome. When we ran the 10% variance, again, that it was in some cases almost could have been over 10%. But again, I think we felt that the plus of 5% was a comfortable variance for your district. And the next one, Keith, looking at the racial results. So even though the Supreme Court barred school districts that we can't explicitly assign children based on race, because of course that's what we did before to desegregate this country, that what I discovered that with a multifaceted socioeconomic approach, you also can achieve significant racial and ethnic integration as well. And so we looked at that, what the results would be. And you're looking at the overall racial ethnic makeup of that current kindergarten. There were about 57% white, 24% Black, 8% Hispanic, 4% Asian, and about 7% multiracial. And so we then were able to, based on each of these simulations, the 0% variance, 5% variance, and 10% variance. Again, that the 5% variance in terms of combining your Black and Hispanic children, that they would be, for each school, would be 5% or less. And in 3 of those schools, their variance was only 1.3%. That is very significant racial ethnic integration. And it's done in a way without explicitly assigning children based on their race. And so also, Nancy produced some maps. Is Nancy here?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Nancy, this is Nancy McCardle. Nancy's been with me now for a number of years. She's an expert, a certified expert in her field in terms of the work she does in demographics and analysis. So Nancy, why don't you then walk them through your maps that you produced, and then also you can comment on the that issue regarding the distance, how we can determine distance to
Sure.
the next school.
Absolutely. And I'll try to be brief because we want to have as much time for questions as we can. I just wanted to say a few things about the way we categorize neighborhoods in the district to come up with these diversity tiers, which you've seen in your maps. I think you've seen some of these maps before, and we'll look at them again in a second. But we were following the Berkeley model largely, and like Berkeley, you do not have information in advance of assignment about individual families' education level or income level, for example. So that's why we, like Berkeley, are suggesting using this neighborhood data, which is a reasonable proxy, and we'll come back to that in a second. But in the future, it is possible that you might want to consider requesting information from your parents about their own economic status, education status. It is something that's done in some districts and allows you to account for both the neighborhood and the family context, which are both important for child development. In any case, as Michael said, we use the most recent census data from the American Community Survey that was released in December for the 38 block groups that make up the neighborhoods in your school district, each of which has about 345 households. We combine the data on educational attainment, on average household income, and on race and ethnicity into one diversity score for each of those neighborhoods, rank those neighborhoods, and then look for natural breaks between them to see if they break out into groups, which in fact they did fairly well in this case, with roughly the same number of neighborhoods in each of our 3 diversity tiers, roughly the same number of school-age kids in each of the diversity tiers. So that's what forms the background of the maps that we're going to look at in a second. I would say one more thing before we move to those is, while it's true that you do not have information about the family's socioeconomic status before you assign, after they're assigned, there is one piece of information that we were able to take into account retroactively, and that is the share of kids that are eligible for free and reduced lunch. So we did do a little bit of analysis just to look at the extent to which kids' eligibility for free and reduced lunch lines up with these diversity tiers. And we found, in fact, about 1 out of 5 kids in diversity tier 1, the lower socioeconomic status, about 1 in 5 is eligible for free and reduced lunch, but only 1 out of 150 is eligible for free and reduced lunch in this higher diversity tier. And so it's certainly true that it does work to some extent as a proxy for kids at the lower end of the income distribution. So I want to go and look at the maps now, and I'm certainly willing to answer any questions about that. And what you see first here, the colors underneath, the 3 shades, those are your 3 diversity tiers. The lower, or tier 1, is in yellow, and then medium, and then the darker is the higher, or tier 3. So you can see that across the school district. The last thing I wanted to mention is we did do this following the Berkeley model that uses 3 different characteristics of the neighborhoods, as I mentioned: educational attainment, income, and race and ethnicity. But we also did it a second time to see what would be the effect if we removed race, if we only used the income and the education. And in fact, it made almost no difference in terms of how these tiers lay out. There were only 2 out of the 38 block groups that changed their designation, one going from low to moderate and one going from moderate to low. So in the end, we remained with the Berkeley model, but it wouldn't make a huge difference if we were to go to just a straight socioeconomic model. So the background, the colors are the diversity tiers, and this is just a kind of introductory slide that overlays the kindergarten class from the 2020-21 enrollment year by roughly race, ethnicity. Black and Hispanic kids are in blue, other kids are in red, just to give you a little bit of sense of how the kids are distributed across the diversity tiers. But that's just a little bit of background. The next set of slides shows what is the comparison for each of the schools, each of the kindergarten schools, between their current enrollment, where their kids are now, kids live who are enrolled in that school, and where they would be drawing from under this 5% variance simulation. So you can see in the first map, we have the Tuscan kids. The map on the left is where their current enrollment comes from, and the map on the right is what the simulation would draw from. And so we do this for each of the 5 schools. I don't know, we could go right through them if you want. This is the Seth Boyden map. Sometimes you have some outliers for sure, like up in the upper left-hand side, you see there's one red dot close to South Mountain. That's actually a sibling preference that is up there for Seth Boyden in some way. That's how that came out, some sibling preference up there. And then we have our next school, South Mountain Annex. I think I will say as a side, one of the questions that we had was about South Mountain. And the data that we had to do this simulation was combined between the Annex and what we understand is called the big school. So all of those students are included in the simulation. Nobody was left out, but the location for those students in the simulation was at the Annex. So when we go to do this for the current students, for example, we would need to get seat assignments, the number of seats available at both the big school and at the Annex to do that kind of for real. Then we have the next school, Marshall, and the last school, Clinton. We understand that there are some questions, not all of which ones that I think we can answer, about the Marshall and Jefferson combination. But that's something that I think, has been brought up that's unfortunately, I think, a little bit beyond our purview. But there had been the question, could we simulate what would be the situation if there had been a kindergarten at the Jefferson location this past year? We could do that if we had information on what would be the number of seats, how many kindergarten seats would have been available in a kind of hypothetical situation. So that is something that we could do if it was useful. So that's where we are now in terms of what we put forth. Oh, the question about distance. Yes. So for our simulations, we just use straight line, Euclidean, by how the crow flies distance. But we now have the capability to do driving distance, if that's something that's useful. We can fairly easily do driving distance or drive time under normal driving conditions. If you needed something that had walking distance, for example, you have a lot of people who walk down paths or bike paths or other things that's not part of the normal road network, that would be something we would need to bring in some additional resources for at this point. But we can do drive. We can do drive distance.
Mm-hmm.
Michael, do you want to take it back?
Well, no, real quick. I just want to rant. Nancy has done great work here. And also, she said something earlier. When I began designing this multifaceted in Champaign, we looked at Berkeley, and they used the block group. But it was interesting. It was the community, especially African-American community, insisted that they also wanted to be able to indicate what their own socioeconomic status was. In other words, they didn't necessarily trust the census. Well, many of them had come down from Chicago. This is in Illinois. But the point is that you need both. You need parents to be able to, in your application system, and certainly this would be for next year, because already the students are registered, and it'd be too confusing to start asking parents to backfill this socioeconomic. But moving forward, certainly, and we've done this many times, you're not asking people to, in terms of their income, it's done in ranges, which is correlated with the census anyway for low, medium, and high income. Educational attainment, they'd be able to indicate the highest level of education for each parent or adult who's raising the children. But we also collect information regarding the number of adults in a household, which you get from the old school lunch application. And the reason we're interested in that is to identify the children who are being raised in single parent families and in the number of children that are in the household. So you can see how this sets up a correlation between income, the educational attainment of whoever's raising the child, number of adults in the household, and children. And so for, across multiple districts, the most at-risk or vulnerable child would be a child from a single parent family, certainly living in poverty. And it's usually the mother, but there are fathers and even grandparents raising children, but their educational attainment may at best be a high school, and they have many children. In one case, there was a young family with 8 or 9. And so the way I designed this idea is to be able to identify the children who are most at need and least at need in terms of certainly the educational importance. And of course, we all recognize today that education is essential in terms of the child's future economic well-being, because obviously, and there's been many studies and a lot of data around comparing the earning potential of someone who, for example, never graduated from high school and someone obviously with an advanced degree. So we all agree education attainment is essential, but you need both. My old pal Charles Willie, Professor Emeritus at Harvard, and we did many plans together. He always was very, very strong in terms of what he would call, the context, in terms of where children live, and of course, in who's raising the child. And you need both. You need to know the neighborhood context where the child resides every day, and certainly the child's experience in terms of where they reside. And so for this year, we're just relying on the block group census information. But I think we feel pretty comfortable, and you know your own community. But I think moving forward for next year, certainly being able to have parents, when they register their child, to be able to also self-report is to be strongly considered. Yeah.
Thank you,
Any
Mr.
questions?
Thank you,
Please.
Mr. Alves. And as usual, very thorough in your presentation and your explanations. To our board president, it is now a good time for us to take questions for our presenters.
Yes, it is. Let's see if there are any questions. Since the policy committee saw this, I will defer to those who are not on the policy committee first. If there are anyone who has questions. Okay, let me get a couple and then I'm gonna come to.
I don't know
Okay.
if you can see me.
I can't see you, board member Wright, so I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was wondering, where is the inclusion component in this?
Where is the inclusion? It's built into the model where you have essentially you're allocating the seats to children who are from 3 different socioeconomic groups. And the actual inclusion, which begins in terms of the desegregation or integration of a school, begins with obviously the children attending the same school. So once you allocate seats, for example, for so-called low SES, then those seats are for low SES children. And then the same for the medium SES and the high. And that is the beginning of the inclusion, that at least the school is getting a diverse student enrollment. The next type of student assignment obviously is at the classroom level in terms of how schools assign children to classrooms. And we've pioneered with Groton, Connecticut, a way of carrying forward the socioeconomic assignment model into the school in terms of at least the self-contained classrooms before children start pairing off for electives. But the inclusion, to answer your question, is embedded in the algorithm. The key is the allocation of the seats and then the actual assignment of children into those seats based on their socioeconomic tier. That's what you're doing. You're assigning children to school.
Can you tell me who have you included in this conversation and who was not included in this conversation?
In terms of our work with the district, we've been working with the superintendent, Dr. Perez, and then his staff. We have not been able to conduct, was not part of our agreement that we'd be conducting community meetings, that essentially the importance of, I think, what we tried to achieve with this phase of the work is to provide you with a so-called algorithm that actually works and would achieve integration for you. And so clearly, obviously, moving forward, there can be more discussion in terms of the community would be available to participate as we can. But my experience is what's important is to be able to give the community something concrete that they can examine and react to. Instead of course, you've done a lot of work in terms of the district prior to us coming to assist you in terms of the community commitment and building support for intentional integration. But it's been my experience that I only interested in what's called best practices, and that certainly we come out with our approach, running simulations and everything back and forth with superintendent, so that we feel that we have a model that would be legally permissible, constitutional. It's implementable, but it's inherently equitable, fair, and equitable, and educationally sound. So the way I work and Nancy works, we subject our work to a whole series of tests as we go forward. And I also strongly recommend that my colleague, John Britton, who's an eminent civil rights attorney, John and I have been working together for a long time, well over 30 years, that what's important, I think, in light of this particular court, Supreme Court, that we bring John to certainly examine what we've been looking at so far to get his assurance in terms of that it would pass the constitutional muster. And John's an eminent civil rights attorney. He's argued cases before the Supreme Court. He was from Connecticut, and he's just eminently qualified. And so it's important because obviously, as we move forward, you don't want to come up with a model that could create a potentially legal problem for the school district. So I really recommend that the Attorney Britton be consulted also. Or any other prominent civil rights attorney.
Inclusion, I wanted you to know inclusion. When I was talking about inclusion, I was talking about the special needs population.
Oh, okay. Well, that's even better. The first group of students that are assigned under this approach, working with superintendent, would certainly be your special needs children, English language learners, and other special population groups that would be receiving what we call a programmatic assignment that happens to be housed in a particular school. And those are the first students that get assigned. So looking at next year, and we're going to be working with Keith to be coming up to date and looking at the status of the children who are registered for next year, that any children who already have been identified with special needs, or children who have been, I used to call it loud tested, who certainly would be English language learners. But then it's up to the district to determine what school that they should be assigned to. And so that's the determined, so they are certainly included in the algorithm, and they're first to be assigned to the school. I hope that answers your question.
Thanks. Board Member Malaspina, and then Board Member Winkfield.
My question is more of a comment. Actually, there's I just want to get this part out here just because we discussed it in policy committee and I want to make sure that the public understands this, is that the recommendation from you moving forward is that if a kid comes into our district that is not, not in kindergarten, but is in another grade, that you would be assigning the algorithm to them. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, yes, not usually, in this particular case, the idea of kindergarten was simply a starting point in designing a so-called intentional integration algorithm. But the way we usually work with other school districts is that because you're essentially grandfathering everybody in, meaning no one's being reassigned who's in the system. This is only affecting children who are new to the system, like kindergarten, and then other children who also may come in new to the district. And certainly if they're new to the district, they have to register before they're enrolled. And then they'd receive their school assignment. So the answer is yes, if that's what you want, certainly the algorithm would then assign all new children to the elementary schools, regardless of what grade.
And in the middle schools and high school moving forward, are we going to be using an algorithm like this, not the high school, but the middle schools?
Oh, I don't know about that. We talked with
Yes.
superintendent. He was focused on the elementary. Yeah.
Yes.
I
Okay.
can just give a very small comment and not take any of Mr. Al's time. Part of our work and our research is that for the 2022 school year, that we would work to make our middle schools more similar in their demographics, right? And so we pulled those demographics and we did share them with the consultant based on the previous presentations that the board had received last year. And so it's part of our plans for, again, the 2022 school year. But as Mr. Al said, our focus this year is on our kindergartners. And there's, I guess for everyone's edification, as you can imagine, just because of the design of middle school, those populations, Psalms and Maplewood Middle, on paper, their demographics are very similar. Not identical, but similar. But we know in application that there are some differences that could be addressed utilizing this algorithm. But it's a bigger concern when you're talking about students who have been together, coming up through elementary schools and now being separated perhaps on a much more granular level and understanding that impact. So that's going to be the next steps that we take to see what the potential impact would be on that approach.
Yeah, and just to support something that said, again, this was customized for your elementary schools. And then, of course, middle school, the same approach. You'd have to then analyze your your middle school enrollment pattern right now. And it's a whole different approach in terms of designing what would perhaps make the most sense for middle school. It's not a cookie cutter thing where you could just take the elementary and just apply it to middle school. And I've worked with school districts that could have as many as 20 high schools, 40 middle schools, they're big districts. And again, New York City, for example. And so the way I like to work would be to take some time with you folks here and be thinking about what's the best approach to take for your middle school. And then certainly I would probably be able to come up with something that might be different from what you do now, but still it would be customized and designed in the best interest of the school district and the families. But it's not a simple cookie cutter thing where you just take how you assign kindergarten kids and assume that's how you'll do sixth grade. Yeah.
Thank you. Board Member Wingfield and then Board Member Zubieta.
Thank you for the presentation, and I certainly acknowledge that the creation of this algorithm has been.
Great, thank you for that, Dr. Taylor.
Wait, Alyssa. Wait. Where? Courtney's
one
speaking.
more thing.
Well, wait. Courtney's speaking.
So I want to acknowledge that this is certainly no small feat, but also want to stress the point that getting a diverse group of learners across our elementary schools certainly won't put them on an even playing field. So I guess my question is more for Dr. Taylor. You know, as we get to the place where we've solved for the technical aspect of our intentional integration plan, I also want to hopefully hear a little bit more from you and the CNI team around some of the adaptive work that has gone on and will continue to go on to ensure that our elementary schools are ready to receive a group of diverse learners. And in particular, I'd love to hear what we've implemented over the last year from Dr. Fergus's equity audit that was conducted in the 2019-20 school year across the elementary schools, and the recommendations that he made to ensure that our elementary schools were ready to receive the launch of our intentional integration plan in the fall of 2021. So what have we done to get our schools ready for our integration plan, and what are we planning to continue to do as the plan is launched and is growing?
So just quickly before you respond, board member announced me, it looks like there was a lag there where Courtney was talking and acknowledged her before you had seen that and started speaking. So just want to apologize for that, and I will come back to you after board members again.
Not a problem.
Go ahead, Dr. Taylor.
Okay, I want to make sure because I have a little bit of a lag on my side too. Okay, got it. So even prior to my arrival, there was a lot of engagement with our elementary schools in preparation. You may or may not be aware that there were previous launch dates for this integration work that were pushed back a little bit to get more detailed and ensure that this was going to be a success. So I know, part of the cultural competency work that was done for a few years. Again, this type of work is never done, but there was a lot of groundwork laid again prior to my arrival on that. Additionally, prior to the COVID emergency, our elementary and our middle schools and high school leaders all participated in my principal meetings, and the standing focus of those meetings centered around equity and also centered around restorative practices. That those were standing topics in those meetings, and we had experts who were attending those meetings to continue that conversation on a monthly basis. We haven't been able to continue that this year due to the current circumstances that we're under. And I know some of the work that has been referenced from Dr. Fergus's previous equity audit that spoke a lot about the POCs and also some of the other mechanisms in our instructional practices that need to improve in order for us to be successful as a school district. I can give you again a more detailed answer with more specificity at a later time, but that's kind of a cursory review, just looking at the last 18 months in our preparation for this. And I do agree that one of the reasons for the phased approach in this algorithm is to allow to make sure that our schools are ready to receive a more diverse population, and that we're not learning on our kids, that our kids are learning with us.
Just as a very quick follow-up, is one of the things that'd be great for families to hear, since we're in the public domain tonight, is a follow-up, maybe whether it's in a town hall or a future board meeting, just letting families know what they should expect to see across every elementary school come fall when it comes to curriculum, instruction, and school environment.
Thank you, Board Member Wakefield. Board Member Zubieta. Ready to go.
Hi, Dr. Alves. Thank you so much. I wanted to ask you, you had talked about the special education children and the English language learners and how they might be distributed into a particular school so that their needs could be met. Would the same be true of the overage students?
Well, again, the idea of a pre-assignment is any group of children who need to attend a particular school, regardless of where they live. See, here we're trying to honor the sibling priority and at least continue to try to assign children to the nearest school. And certainly your attendance boundaries that you have right now does not ensure at all that everyone's attending the nearest school. But again, and this is something with superintendent and staff and certainly input, what kind of children need to be programmatically assigned? We know certainly special ed, and I'm very familiar with English language learners and various types of bilingual education programs and services. And if there's other children in that who need to be carefully assigned, then so be it. And so that's why what I like about this particular model for you is as you launch officially into being intentionally diversity conscious, that you're doing it in such a way that you're not giving up administrative control, that you're administratively assigning the children, which to me simply means you're able to ensure that these children are attending the school that's best suited for them. And I think the nearest school for the non-sibling is a prudent approach so that it doesn't create a lot of implementation issues. So to go back to your question, Kamal, yes, if there are other categories of children who need to be assigned to the school, then those children should be designated prior to actually assigning the children for next year. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Zulia. Okay, Board Member Malaspina.
Sure. I wanted to just sort of echo what Board Member Wingfield stated, that I really believe we need to take this information. First, we need to put it on the website so that people can see this presentation. A lot of it was small and hard to fully read. So I am asking that we do that, but also that we do some type of town hall or some type of way that we can involve the community so that they can be asking questions and that they can get a better understanding of this, so that, you know, we are not in a position where people are not embracing it because of the fact that they just don't know all the information that is out there, or it hasn't been communicated properly, which is what we always tend to have trouble with. No matter what our plan is, and we can have the greatest plan ever, our implementation of the plan always seems to be a downfall. And I want to do everything possible to make that not happen, including making sure we are communicating this all out to parents.
Sure.
And giving them the most opportunity to embrace and get their questions answered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Elisa, you're absolutely right. That certainly, I believe very strongly in community engagement. And it's a cliche today, but I think I actually invented the term transparency in student assignment a long time ago. I believe the more information that parents have, then certainly that's in the best interest of everyone and goes a long way towards trying to come up with a smooth implementation. And if I can be of any help in that, certainly, and Nancy will do whatever is required of us or requested. Because what's good about this kind of plan, and as I said, with the way we approach it, we test it as we go along. And you should be testing it too. And so clearly now is the time to find out if there's something in this model that's harmful to children or simply totally impractical. They talked about how you want to measure distance. And that's the whole, I believe very strongly in that. And so the more community input you have, let's find out right now if there's anything in this model that somehow, could be harmful or undermine your effort to achieve intentional integration. But I'm all for community engagement. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Cuddle.
Hold on. There we go. Thank you, President Joshua. Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Nancy, for your presentations and your time this evening. My question is more directed to Dr. Taylor, which is somewhere in my box of Brady Bunch screen here. There you are, Dr. Taylor. I guess my question is, Dr. Taylor, in regards to next steps, because we do have the community watching, and there could be some questions, anxious parents, anxious students even, will there be another follow-up? Do you have any pre-planned follow-up from this that can maybe help give some people some comfort knowing that there'll be more information coming out soon?
Thank you, Board Member Cuddle. And that connects well, I think, to Board Member Malaspina's last comment around public opportunities. And just for those who may not have been with us last year, we held, multiple town halls around this topic. The public's response actually helped us to form this plan, understanding what their major concerns were with, as Mr. Alves, very eloquently said, not wanting to see a huge disruption, not having kids move from schools where they were already, settled. And we'd be happy to have more opportunities, maybe even targeted opportunities for the parents who are impacted by this decision. And part of our district goal was to have orientations around this that were universal to all kindergarten students so that they could understand, so their families could understand, some of the work behind this. And again, we still have our dedicated page on our website towards intentional integration. We just launched a microsite that is dedicated to this work as well. And we are, of course, very eager to engage our families, but just following the accepted standards. This went to our full board who approved the algorithms design. It then went to finding a consultant who was available and had the appropriate expertise, and working with them very closely to achieve a possible algorithm, and then doing the simulations and various variances and bringing that to the committee and now to the full board. And there appears to be a general support for the algorithm and come to fruition from the previous approval. We will now move on to further opportunities to talk with our community, targeting especially those kindergarten families who some are still registering, right? But prepared to join us next year.
Thank you. Board Member Wingfield, that's an old hand. Okay, great. All right. So Ms. Alves, again, thank you. I just have a granular question, then just overall comment. Question is about the sibling preference. I know I was digging through the model that was presented to us a few weeks ago, and I just wanted to make sure I saw that there were, you had listed all the siblings, but did you only count, I guess, kindergarten through 4th grade for sibling preference, or was it higher than that as well?
Good question. What we learned years ago, if you're going to give sibling preference, you got to be fair, because remember, there are families who don't have older siblings. And so the rule is that the children, the younger child and the older child, would have to be in the same school at the same time, even though they're in different grades. And that's been a very wise policy to have. As I said, it's not legacy. It's not like the kindergarten child coming and their older child's in the 5th grade, and then next year the 5th grader goes on to 6th grade, and you gave them sibling preference. And sibling preferences work very well. The first district I did this in was Cambridge in 1981. And the most popular school was called the Agassiz School. It only had one kindergarten. It was an old grammar school model. E. Cummings went to school there, and he carved his initials in a desk or something. That's Cambridge. But anyway, what happened in Cambridge, after a few years of controlled choice, there were more sibling applicants than seats, and that caused a big brouhaha. And so they ended up building a new school. But the sibling preference rule that is most reliable is the children must be together in the same school during the same school year. I mean, because remember that usually maybe a third or 35% have siblings and the rest of the families don't. So this is part of what I call a fairness test, just what's fair.
Thank you. Just I did look that up. It appeared based on this, again, algorithm run, it was about 43% had a sibling preference, which I guess would be, taking priority. And then we know this is just the 2020 sample, it very well could be different next year. What I found the most fascinating about it is that you're just looking at the numbers that I know a concern all of us had is transportation, which we'll be discussing later this evening. But based on the algorithm, it seemed that only 3% of the total of that 403 were assigned to a school that was more than 2 miles away. They did not have a sibling preference, and I know we're doing more than that now, right? So I think that's wonderful, and about 10% were between 1 and 2 miles that did not have a sibling preference. So again, I think these are actually better numbers than what the district is currently doing. So to sum it up, just thank you for your time and your effort into this. And I know I speak for myself personally, and I believe in the rest of the board that we look forward to implementing this as we move forward.
Mr. Joshua, may I ask another question?
Yes, board member Wright.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to have more specific details, but we really need to focus on where is the plan that outlines the implementation stages for parents, teachers, and the community at large. And we don't have that. And I'm glad to hear him speak about the community and how important he feels it is. And we know that it is, but we also know what we need to do. And moving kids around and going to resolve integration within a culture of whiteness and white privilege.
Good.
One of those poignant remarks. Sorry, Ms. Howes, I just want to acknowledge that before you answered.
Yeah, Joanna, you raised a very good point. That another piece of work, which we usually do, of course, is what I call, what's the operational plan for implementation? Plans don't implement themselves. And so certainly with superintendent and key staff, that we would then be able to lay out the actual steps that are involved in implementing this plan for next year, which is why I believe very strongly that the plan must be very implementable, that there's nothing in that plan that is going to be very difficult to perform. I think if you look at the sequencing of assignments in terms of the pre-assigned for special ed, ELL, and other children, you look at the sibling priority and the non-sibling priority using some kind of nearest to school approach, I think that is implementable, and we would certainly work with the district on that. But she's absolutely right. Plans don't implement themselves, and certainly the district and the community needs to know what's involved with this. Our first test here was to see, is there an algorithm that actually can work and pass all of the basic tests that are required? And if so, then the next step would be to start thinking about actual implementation for next school year. But there has to be some kind of operational plan, which is very simple, which is very straightforward, so the community knows what's involved. Excellent question. I don't know.
Thank you for your response. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Right, Mr. House and Where did she go? Where did she go? Ms.
Nancy.
McCardle, thank you both for your time. Again, we look forward to seeing this in action in the near future. So thank you again.
Okay, thank you. Everybody have a wonderful night, and I really appreciate the opportunity to meet everyone. Thank you.
Sorry, go Yankees.
Yeah, right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, Keith, I'm signing off.
Do you want me to remove you, Mr. Howells?
I guess so, kid. Thank you. You're great. Terrific. Okay.
All right, great. Thank you. Very exciting. We now move on to the president's report. I will be brief. Today, April 19th, we resumed phase 3 for virtual learning after a 2-week quarantine. Earlier today, Dr. Taylor presented that 69% of families have opted for in-person instruction. And as we move forward with phases 4 and 5, we believe it's incumbent upon the district to ensure virtual learning does not suffer during this transition to greater in-person learning. And it's also incumbent on us as families to remain vigilant and follow all health and safety guidance related to in-person learning. And a quick note for those excited families who are bringing their children back to school, not just today, but it may be Wednesday for cohort B in the elementaries. We all know it's an exciting time for all of us. Just one reminder, no dogs on district property. Just want to thank Dr. Taylor and Ms. Alves again for the presentation this evening on the new student assignment algorithm. As I just said, the board's looking forward to the implementation as part of the Intentional Integration Initiative and further updates to the community. Thank you to town leadership, municipal leaders, Village President Sheena Collum and Mayor Frank McGehee for bringing respective traffic bureaus and town engineers to the table to work together with the district as we move forward with analyzing transportation routes and associated with this. And lastly, while it's not on the agenda yet, later this evening, the board will be voting on a courtesy transportation resolution for the 21-22 school year. That concludes the president's report. We'll now move on to our student reps report with Student Representative Lily Foreman.
Thank you. Is my audio okay? Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Okay. I'll begin my report with a few updates about academics and activities at CHS, and then I'll speak about conversations surrounding sexual harassment and assault. This month at CHS, spring sports games are continuing to take place. Families and students are enjoying the virtual musical. Seniors are developing their post-graduation plans, and many students are looking forward to stepping into the building for the first time in over a year. In our conversations with Mr. Sanchez and Dr. Taylor over the past few weeks, Jakai and I discussed the plans for the rest of the school year, including the return to hybrid learning and ensuring that students have the resources and support they need to finish out their classes. In terms of returning to a hybrid system, Mr. Sanchez let us know that CHS administrators are working on condensing the 3 cohorts into 2, as we discussed tonight, to get hybrid students in the building as frequently as possible for the rest of the year. For grading and supports, department supervisors have been working on compiling ways that teachers can support struggling students, taking into account student feedback from the last student survey. In the weeks leading up to spring break, many of my peers at CHS spoke out about instances of sexual assault and harassment that they've experienced. These important conversations were primarily held over social media, through Instagram posts and live videos. Administrators responded with opportunities to speak with guidance counselors, dissemination of resources, and a commitment to implement more programming about sexual assault, consent, and healthy relationships. Some of this programming has begun already, thanks to the LOFT and the Essex County Family Service League. Student groups coordinated responses as well, including an open discussion meeting planned by the Power Intersectional Feminism Club and a merchandise fundraiser organized by the Student Council Sexual Assault Awareness Month Committee. We're grateful to Mr. Sanchez for meeting with a group of students from the Power Club and the Minority Achievement community and listening to our feedback about not having police patrol Underhill in the evenings. The district's response to these conversations should involve curriculum change, mental health support, and a cultural shift in the district, not increased policing of students. We need to ensure that this response is thoughtful, intersectional, and takes all student voices and experiences into account. Looking beyond this immediate response, these conversations have made it clear that our district needs to embed discussions about consent throughout students' time in the district, not just in one grade, class, lesson, or assembly. When we shy away from talking about consent at a young age with all students, we fail them, as evidenced by the stories my classmates bravely shared over the past month. By the time students enter Columbia, if they don't have an understanding of the importance of consent, it's going to be difficult to change that culture. It's never too early to teach students the importance of respecting each other, and that work at young ages will pay off when they grow up and the stakes are higher. In addition to this early education, we need to ensure that students have resources and information available to them. Most students don't know where in the district to start if they wanted to report an incident, seek professional mental health counseling, or get another form of help. Students should be able to search the phrases sexual harassment, sexual assault, and Title IX on the district or school website and find clear information about reporting procedures and mental health supports. This information should also be regularly disseminated to students. It's unacceptable that this information is hard to access right now. We also need to ensure that teachers, guidance counselors, and everyone interacting with students are trained on how to respond to incidents like these. Teachers should not have to bear the burden of counseling a student through trauma, but they should be trained on where to direct their students for that type of support and how not to cause further harm. It's not okay that students have had to wait for a complete response from the school because adults in the building aren't trained on how to hold these conversations. It's also not okay that our teachers may have been put in a situation where they didn't feel adequately prepared to support their students. I hope that our district will devote the time, energy, and resources to this issue that it deserves. Our action plan should be informed by experts in both the field of sexual assault prevention and in the history and current context of this issue in our district specifically. I appreciate that Mr. Sanchez and Dr. Taylor have committed to examining the health curriculum and looking into the possibility of bringing in outside organizations to help educate students about healthy relationships. I'm also grateful to the many CHS teachers who have offered their support to students, sharing resources, offering grading leniency on assignments, and committing to advocate for changes across the district. No student should feel unsafe in school, around their classmates, or around their teachers. No student should feel like a lack of education around consent or support from the school is their problem to solve. No student who decides to speak out should feel like their perspective or story is being ignored. As always, school leaders must prioritize student feedback and experiences. We are the experts in what it's like to grow up in the school district, and our voices deserve to be heard. I'm proud of my classmates for coming together over the past month to lift up the voices of survivors and create a network of warmth and support. As a district, we have work to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Representative Lily Foreman. Just want to let that sit for a minute with all of us before we move forward. We're now at the time for hearings of individuals and delegates, also known as public speaks. This is an opportunity for you to share your concerns about an item on the agenda, but is not the time for dialogue with the board. Board requests that you state your name and town of your residence for the board. We will set the time to 2 minutes for each speaker, and we ask that you respect that time limit. We must cut you off so it does not appear as if we are giving anyone an advantage to share their views over another individual. Speakers have the full protection of free speech during public speaks. However, this forum does not protect you from the subject of your free speech pursuing libel charges. Finally, the board recommends that all members of our community pursue the chain of command. Mr. Bonds, we will start with those who requested to speak via audio comment first. And the first person on the list is Glenn Minnerly.
Okay, community member Murley, you're unmuted.
Okay, great. I'm Glenn Minnerly, representing the MAPSO Recreational Fields Task Force. As you know, we were incredibly vocal in 2019, organizing support for inclusion of the Underhill turf replacement and Ritzer turf project in the capital infrastructure bond. Since the passing of the bond, and most likely due to the pandemic, the construction plan and rollout of each element has not been very transparent. Only recently did we learn that the turf replacement at Underhill is not slated until the end of the timeline, potentially 4 years away. I'm here today to advocate for a reprioritization of scheduling to push the Underhill turf replacement up to this summer. To be clear, we're referencing a project that has already been greenlit with earmarked funds and an approved plan. We're not asking for any incremental funding or anything new, simply a reprioritization. There's a few reasons why this prioritization is required. One, we've warned the administration for years the field is simply unsafe. Someone's going to get hurt. It's well past its 10 to 11 year expected life cycle. And might I remind the board how last year we had to cancel a series of varsity sports events because a visiting team refused to play on the field, citing field conditions. Now, the turf fibers are decaying at an alarming rate. Facebook has been inundated with parent complaints this season that the turf is shedding everywhere and is threadbare. It's well known this district has had to deal with myriad lawsuits in the past decade. An injury will occur on this field due to its poor condition, and a negligence suit will be filed. It's simply inevitable. There's a second point here is there's a current narrative that the board does not want the field project to delay the planned HVAC work required on the high school in order to be COVID compliant. Let me remind the board of the fact that the field isn't anywhere near the high school. The turf replacement's leveraging pre-approved earmarked funds, and the project requires a separate specialist turf vendor who's going to have nothing to do with the general contractor or HVAC contractor. It's clear the two projects can run parallel. My third point is the administration has had real and significant PR challenges over the past 12 months related to the reopening of schools. Prioritizing the turf blanket replacement for this summer gives the board a quick win with an incredibly vocal and sizable group of district parents using already earmarked funds. My final point is, if nothing else, the pandemic.
Thank you, Mr. Medley. Unfortunately, so we don't give it this appearance.
Do I have the ability to gain a yield from somebody else? Does that work on virtual?
It would if we still had that policy, but unfortunately, but since then we have our new policies that we don't see time. So we can, if you can email us through the form, and it'll be up on the record.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Medley. Our next public speaks is from Candice Pontejor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. On the district's website, there is a banner that states a district that celebrates diversity, human rights, students, teachers, parents, our community, our differences and our similarities. These words sure sound good, and it even sounds like we are doing the work. However, behind closed doors, which I have been a part of for over 20 years, there are 2 districts. And I'm not referring to South Orange and Maplewood. I'm referring to 2 schools within a school, white and black. White students, black teachers, white teachers. Our students are not listened to with true actionable outcomes of their concerns and past practices within our community. The black faculty and staff are spoken to with no regard, have to fight for things that are given to our white co-workers effortlessly. Not given the same opportunities and disrespected in so many facets. Community, human rights, diversity. Diversity without inclusion is insanity. Students and teachers and faculty are surrounded by heavy thickness and chokehold of racial disparity. It is deplorable. We have such a turnover of administration and central office staff that this racial divide gets lost in the shuffle yet again. If we are going to put things on our website and post a banner about district diversity and human rights, then we must stop pretending and we must pluck it up from its root. I am here to come from behind the school doors, from the inside out, to face and to give you a face of racial disparity from the past, the present, and it's time to put an end to this so no further student or teacher will be subject to this chokehold of racial divide. Bringing on new teachers, you want to have diversity that reflects our student body. How can you do this without taking care of the ones that you already have? Thank you so much and enjoy your night.
Thank you very much. Our next public speaks comment is from Stephanie Rivera.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You
Yes,
have
okay.
2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Stephanie Rivera, and I teach history at Columbia High School. About 1 month ago, I received numerous emails from my kids regarding stories about sexual assault, rape, and other various forms of sexual harassment in our community. For nearly 2 weeks, my students reached out to me sharing their trauma, their fear, and their pain. I'm speaking tonight because our kids are in pain, and I refuse to let their pain go unnoticed. So tonight, I am elevating their voices. My kids were asked, what can our school district, and our community do to address rape culture and its effect on our community? Here's what they said. Number one, first, the community needs to acknowledge how large of a problem sexual assault and harassment are in MAPSO. The district shouldn't shy away from the issues like they usually do. I can't believe the school still hasn't told the public about the gravity of what's actually happening. Number two, provide us trained professionals who are actually specialized in dealing with sexual assault. Number three, there needs to be conversations about sexual assault, harassment, and consent in school more than once, especially at a young age. This stuff begins before high school. Number four, address the culture of normalized harassment in our schools. Number five, sexual assaulters and harassers need to be held accountable. A lot of the time they go unpunished and continue to do what they want because there's nothing stopping them. Number six, all teachers need to be educated on rape culture and how to properly respond when someone confides in them about being harassed. Number seven, our community is obsessed with the idea of reputation and they never seem to care about the victim stories. The school needs to listen and believe what victims tell them. And finally, one of my students had particularly strong concerns and asked me, is the district actually going to take action? I have zero faith that anything is actually going to change. They love to talk about change and then never actually do anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Rochelle Williams Brand.
I do not see that community member on the list of participants.
Okay, we'll move on. The next public speaks is from Greg Tuttle.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Greg Tuttle, and I'm an alumni and current history teacher at Columbia High School. This weekend, I heard Iraq Arroyo Montano say, sometimes when we think of accountability, we forget about support. And sometimes when we think about support, we forget about accountability. We're all here to support young people's development and growth. We are accountable to them. So in the spirit of accountability and support, we need to examine the policies which had a first reading tonight and evaluate our accountability. Is the sexual harassment policy going to aid in the prevention of future sexual harassment and assault, or is it just checking legal boxes? Will the sexual harassment policy offer professional help to the untold number of students who have come out as survivors of sexual assault over the last few weeks? Will the sexual, will the sexual harassment policy be an avenue of justice for survivors and assaulters? Will the sexual harassment policy allow for survivors and assaulters to sit next to each other in class? Because that's going to start happening on Monday, April 26th. Our sexual harassment policy does not address these very real issues facing our students today, that we are not passing this policy for them. We are passing this policy to check a box. We are passing it for ourselves. Not only do we need purposeful policy, but we also need purposeful professional development. Every day, students come to our classes, and to quote Dr. Bettina Love, they are spirit murdered in our schools. By sticking to the script and employing a conservative stance on curriculum, we have become tone deaf in our classrooms. At the district, we have ignored the Amistad curriculum, and we will ignore the new LGBTQ+ curriculum law too. Our students need to see themselves in the curriculum, and in a community that proudly advertises how diverse and inclusive it is, we need our staff to be prepared and comfortable to talk and teach about race, gender, and anything else needed to support our youth. Thank you so much. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Bob Zuckerman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, President Joshua. I think most of you know me. I'm Bob Zuckerman, one of the trustees on the Board of Trustees in South Orange. And this is actually my first attendance at a school board meeting. And I'm calling in because I just wanted to urge everyone on the board, which I hope will support policy 5756, which my good friend, board member Shannon Cuttle has been working on, along with many others on the board for quite some time. And, it's to provide a safe and supportive environment for transgender students, for gender nonconforming, non-binary students. As most of you know, the trans community is really under attack in this country, especially trans kids, and even more especially trans kids of color. So by enacting a policy like this tonight, I know tonight's the first introduction, you're really going a long way towards saying that you really care about our trans kids, and that you're willing to provide that safe and supportive environment for them to learn in our schools. We're really at the forefront of a tremendous policy shift. And I'm very proud to be on the Board of Trustees and represent one of our 2 towns in South Orange, to know that our school district is supporting such a wonderful policy that will really make the lives better for many kids in our schools. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you, and thanks to all the board members and Dr. Taylor and President Joshua and of course Shannon.
Thank you, Mrs. Zuckerman. Our next public speaks is from Matthew Safer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. So thank you all for listening to me tonight. And I had emailed my comments on the transportation policy to the superintendent and to the board, but I wanted to have them on the record. And I noticed as I was preparing for this that the policy appears to have been revised, and I really thank you for revising the hazardous routes policy. It now indicates specific hazardous routes, lays out that additional routes may be added directly into the policy as the statute demands that those routes are listed there explicitly. And really, the hazardous routes really should not be changing from year to year. We will know if there's a major project that changes a hazardous route, that makes a hazardous route less hazardous for the students walking along it. And I would really urge, as the policy dictates, that the board and the district cooperate with the municipalities and with the police districts to identify the hazardous routes. I also wanted to speak about the possible safety implications about the elimination of courtesy busing. If busing is eliminated or reduced, there will be significant additional traffic around the schools, which are already very chaotic and dangerous at pickup and drop-off times, particularly the elementary schools. There might be, as many as a few hundred more cars if courtesy busing is eliminated and all those students are now driven to school. These areas can and really should be made safer, but to do so requires a careful plan, identifying walking routes, locations for crossing guards, and targeted infrastructure improvements, working along with municipalities. There are resources available from the state and our local transportation management authority. I have contacts at those agencies if anybody would like to know. They can help the district identify best practices and techniques to encourage the safe routes to schools. But to simply reduce the busing without making these improvements, both in policy and infrastructure, can be quite dangerous and is really pretty irresponsible on top of that. It's not that the courtesy busing is necessary, but that in its absence, other steps need to be taken. And the district really should consider, the transportation network
Thank you,
around
Mr.
the schools as an entire system. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Committeeman Dean Daffis.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you,
You
President
have 2
Johnson.
minutes.
Thank you, sir. It's a delight to be with you all tonight. I am joining to express my support of the board's proposed new policy that would update and expand district support and protections for our LGBTQ youth students, especially our trans and non-binary students. As Trustee Zuckerman has already expressed earlier before me, it is especially critical right now that we be proactive in affirming all of our students. As you know already, just 4 months into this new year, 2021 is a record-breaking year for anti-transgender legislation across the country. Legislation that is attacking our youth in particular. There are over 100 bills that are making their ways across state legislatures in 34 states, including right here in New Jersey. There are 2 bills right here in New Jersey. These are bills that attack our trans and non-binary students with respect to access to bathrooms and locker rooms, with respect to access to sports, with respect to access to medical care. This legislation has the effect to dehumanize our students, and our medical professionals are sounding the alarm. Already we know that our LGBTQ youth, especially our trans and non-binary students, are already susceptible to high suicide rates. And this type of legislation is going to make that even worse. So doing what we can to affirm our students is saving lives. So I applaud the district. I applaud the board in proposing this new policy. I hope that in its first reading this evening, it is unanimously supported and adopted by the entire board. And I want to thank especially Vice President Board Member Cuddle for their leadership in this regard. Truly, we can save lives here with this kind of policy, and we should. Thank you for the opportunity, and all the best to all of you.
Thank you, Committeeman Daffis. Our next public speaks is from TJ Whitaker.
Thanks, President Joshua. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. You have 2 minutes.
All right, thanks. TJ Whitaker, a teacher at Columbia High School, but also I have worked as an assistant affirmative action officer for the last 3 to 4 years. I just want to note during that time, it has come with various levels of willingness to protect the institution over what is simply doing right on behalf of former assistant supervisors. Dr. Perez has been the most open and transparent person in that position since my time working. As such, we have had regular meetings with the team that has assumed tasks to complete various tasks with regard to the CEP, the Black Parents Workshop lawsuit settlement, Amistad, and other issues with regard to gender and LGBTQ issues. I'm here tonight to call on the board and central office to commit to more ongoing and genuine professional development with regard to these issues. In subcommittee meetings and interviews with various colleagues throughout the district, it has become clear that many of my colleagues are afraid to address issues of race and racism because they feel unprepared, while others feel that they may be prepared, but that if they make a mistake, they will be simply punished. If we are to meet the demands and terms of the Black Parents Workshop settlement, we must commit to the training and accountability necessary to avoid future lawsuits. That accountability would include things like an equity scorecard, where students and teachers and administrators would commit to addressing these issues and then addressing whatever data comes out of them. Finally, in support of student board member Foreman and some of my colleagues that have spoken earlier, due to the high turnover rate that exists in central office and in some building administration, there's a historical memory that some of you may not know. There have been patterns of behavior that occur in this district over the last couple of decades that often get marginalized, circumvented, and outright silenced. When this history and these patterns are not dealt with in earnest, not only is the issue silenced, but the suffering of our students and many colleagues happens in silence. We have to have the courage to dismantle this culture of misogyny that is occurring right under our nose. I'm here to help, and I look forward to being a part of any future solutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Abigail Murtaugh.
Hi, can you hear me?
Barely. Can you speak up?
Sure. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. The recent switch to remove elementary cohorts for in-person learning surprised many in our community. The district gave no indication of this possibility when asking families to commit, and therefore had parents make this important decision without affording them a complete understanding of what they might be committing to. This has left many virtual families reeling. The new reality will be much more isolating and alienating for virtual students than the cohort system. Virtual students will suddenly find themselves in the vast minority in their classrooms. In some classrooms, there are only 2 or 3 virtual learners. Some of these are the youngest learners, and many of these are students of color. I strongly believe that any policy must consider those most negatively affected. Here, that is clearly virtual students. And so I'm asking, 1, what specifically has the district done in the planning and implementation of this new plan to identify and address specific challenges, concerns, and frustrations of virtual learners? 2, given the new elimination of cohorts, changing COVID numbers, and new safety measures you presented tonight, given that those may affect how families are feeling, are you currently allowing virtual families to change their status to in-person? And 3, finally, in recent days, some parents have circulated letters advocating for the end of computer use in the live classroom, citing concerns that computers diminish the experience of the live class. This would obviously be devastating for virtual learners. Can you definitively say now that computers will continue to be used by in-person students in any classrooms with virtual learners through the end of the school year, so that our virtual learners do not lose this vital connection to their classmates? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Nicole Stewart.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2
Okay.
minutes.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you all again for your time and dedication. After the last 2 board meetings, our team at the Soma Community Alliance for Education has had a lot of praise for quote unquote making it to the end. But we want to recognize that you are the ones truly doing the work. Thank you to the board members that have given us their time since the last meeting and the kind and thoughtful words that have been exchanged. As we get to know the ins and outs, we've continued to see many great things that can be easily overshadowed by the chaos that we all find ourselves in. To that end, we wanted to follow up and continue conversations that have already been started. We want to help make sure that great ideas get turned into actions and that nitty-gritty details get shared in the broad topics. First and foremost, Lily Foreman courageously began a public conversation on sexual assault in our schools, and we want to applaud her call to action and the courage of her peers for sharing their stories. We must prioritize this critical conversation immediately and actionably, and look to our district leaders to show swift and supportive leadership and to demonstrate to our children that the adults in the room will not fail them again. Turning to discuss reopening and looking to the future, much of the trust has been disrupted by the challenges we face, and our goal is to work towards restoring that trust. We've been encouraged by the increase in communication towards the community. The board meetings are very informative, but not, as Board President Joshua has said, a conversation with the public. Many questions we've posed to the district leadership last week on phase 3 through 5 were answered this evening. However, those answers were not directed towards the parents, students, and families whom those answers impact the most. We personally are still awaiting direct answers to our questions and believe the information presented tonight needs to be effectively distributed to families, not simply placed on the website. We also continue to be concerned about the transparency around decision-making. For instance, the hybrid survey was the number of parents who elected to opt into hybrid. But as we know from experience, many families selected that option may not intend to send their kids in person. What information will be released to compare actual attendance with the results of the survey? Along the lines of what our board members expressed, how are you bolstering supports to our students who are remaining virtual and requiring increasing amounts of interventions? Oh, I hear my timer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next, pardon me, I've lost the list here. Our next public speaks is from Liz Callahan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Nicole. My name is Liz Callahan. I'm a Maplewood resident, parent, and co-founder of the Soma Community Alliance for Education. I want to echo what Nicole said. The excitement about phase 3 through 5 was really personal for me as a parent this morning as I watched my eager, excited, and slightly nervous son line up and enter Tuscan for the first time in his kindergarten career today. Also, as someone in education on the other side of planning for reopening, I know and acknowledge the hard work, planning, and collaboration it takes to achieve. Returning to in-person instruction is a hopeful, promising step, as we know many of our kids, teachers, and parents are eager to be safely back in classrooms. I appreciate the time you took tonight to review the reopening plans, the new social distance guidelines, and additional mitigation strategies that the district plans to use. Yet, it is important to consider that at the same time we embark on this rigorous reopening schedule, that SOMA's COVID-19 numbers are higher than they've been in a year, and nearly half of the country's new cases are from New Jersey, or in 5 states, and New Jersey is one of them. New variants are spreading rapidly, are more contagious, and affect children more than previous strains. When we consider this, we must also consider the disproportionate impact that COVID-19 continues to have on communities of color and the intersectional impact of health and educational equity. Given this context, I'm here speaking tonight as a concerned parent and advocate and resident to strongly urge you to implement COVID-19 pooled testing in our schools. We understand the guidance that the district cited, which is used by local health officials to advise schools, does not include that testing, even in areas with very high risk profiles. However, these guidelines do suggest moving to remote learning. We also acknowledge the CDC indicates that same layered approach to prevention strategies with priority around masks and social distances, while referring to both vaccines and testings as additional layers. We believe our community deserves those additional layers of protection that school-based testing might provide, and there's growing community support to that end as per petition and letter writing campaigns. So while we appreciate the local testing options that have been provided, we're asking the district to accept its necessary leadership in this area and to add COVID-19 testing strategies to their mitigation efforts. It's been a long, arduous struggle in our district to return to in-person learning. It's been fraught with setbacks, challenges, and public outcry. We want to make sure that this can act as a guardrail for the hard-won in-person learning option to help prevent outbreaks and community spread that might lead back to remote learning. I hear that it's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks comes from Rhea Beck.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
For over 2 years, concerned parents in the district have been asking first Dr. Ficarra and at the short-lived integration committee run by Karen Weiland and Ed Bodner out of the Parenting Center this very basic question. What is being done to prepare teachers in the district to be ready to welcome and care about the educational outcomes of Black students post this intentional integration plan? What precise resources are being allocated toward this end? Integration refers to a process where members of a different racial group or members of different racial groups experience fair and equal treatment within a desegregated environment. Integration, in fact, is the step that comes after desegregation. I was disappointed but not surprised to hear from Board Member Wingfield at the last meeting that per available data, Black students this past school year are almost 200 times more likely to be assigned a failing grade than their white peers. Unless we are simply to accept that Black students are more likely to be just incapable of virtual learning, then we can extrapolate that there continues to be a disconnect between Black students and those charged with educating them. Dr. Taylor points to no silver bullets or no quick fixes, but really, unless there is a transparent, well-resourced, ongoing anti-bias plan for training our teachers, I recommend that the district be more precise and refer to this algorithm as a desegregation algorithm and not an intentional integration plan. I want to use my remaining time to say that since these meetings tend to demand participants have the stamina to sit through several hours before being able to participate publicly, that community groups not use this opportunity to plug themselves in the work that they are doing and in fact stay focused on the work of the board. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you. We will now move on to comments submitted through the forum. Okay. All right, the first comment is from Matt Smolin of South Orange. Okay. Hello, I was hoping the statement would be read as a public record for the BOE meeting taking place on Monday. It appeared in person at the BOE, but I am a coach for my daughter's softball team. We have a game this evening. We recently reached out to our school principal and Dr. Taylor that our daughter would like to attend hybrid learning that commences this Wednesday, but I've been informed that because of a missed deadline, we will not be able to do so. Neither of us received any specific correspondence with this date mentioned and were not aware of such a date. We thought the school would be open to allowing one more student to the elusive in-person experience, but I've been told she cannot attend because of I must follow the directives of the superintendent. It was presented to us that it is simple, you missed the deadline. She can't go. We opted out of hybrid because of the February COVID outbreak, but were never told specifically this would leave our daughter on the opt-out list for the remainder of the year. The BOE and administration have asked over and over for patience and understanding as they navigate these unprecedented times. But when asked for some of the same patience and understanding, we received none. Dr. Taylor provided me with a SOMSD school reopening update from March 26 that states no deadline and offers no specifics in regard to what are the guidelines, class sizes, or criteria by which superintendent must follow for the safety of schools. He even asked to check my spam folder. This is a solution? We made it clear that our daughter is suffering educationally with virtual and would greatly benefit from in-person learning. We have asked numerous parents if they know of any deadline or opt-out scenario, and they've been met with a unanimous no. So it stands, our daughter is not allowed to attend a public school in the town her parents pay taxes and where they reside because of undefined and elusive protocols. We have been patient throughout this, often defending the school and teachers as other schools and other districts have gone back to in-person learning, as friends have had to pay for either religious or private school, sold or are beginning to sell their homes with the frustration that the schools have grown and grown. But now we find ourselves, I'll finish the sentence, but now we find ourselves in the same situation, frustrated with the lack of transparency and wondering what the hell is going on with the district. There's more, but as we just heard, that concludes the time. And again, that was Matt Smolin of South Orange. Our next public speaks is from Shana Sackett-Gable of Maplewood. In regards to Dr. Taylor's presentation, is the district looking into why some students may be having a more successful learning experience virtually than they had in person? Are there any specific learnings from these experiences that can be applied to future in-person instruction? Thank you. And now again was from Shana Sackett-Gable of Maplewood. Our next public speaks is from Lynn Daly of Maplewood. The addition of partitions for elementary students is not a bad idea, but in general, not as helpful as using testing as a way to determine asymptomatic transmission in our community. While we currently have wonderful, accessible local testing options, having some on-site testing options at schools that are free and optional would be a useful mitigation strategy. Chicago is doing this. New York City is doing this. Even Melbourne is doing this. Why can't we? I know that some affordable options have been presented to SOMSD, and when the CDC suggests viral testing strategies in partnership with schools should be part of a comprehensive prevention approach. Testing should not be used alone, but in combination with other prevention to reduce risk of transmission in schools. When schools implement testing combined with prevention strategies, they can detect new cases to prevent outbreaks, reduce the risk of further transmission, and protect students, staff, and teachers, and staff from COVID-19. Why is SOMSD not actively exploring such sensible option? Thank you. Again, that was Lynn Daly of Maplewood. And our last public speaks is from Kelly Tianga of South Orange. Dear Dr. Taylor, based on your reports over the past few months, I am concerned that the difference in grades received by white students and students of color at the high school during the pandemic will grow even greater as they return to the building this year and into next school year. And while it may be an easier way to explain these differences, considering overall numbers of Black and brown students in the district, we know these differences cannot all be chalked up to economic status. When a young person is struggling, it is because an adult is failing them in some way. When the struggle is academic, we rightly look to educators for answers. As professional educators, both teachers and administrators, that buck stops with you all. I implore teachers and administrators to get on the same page and work together to ensure that your academic plans and teacher professional development are tailored to the student as they are, not who adults assume them to be. Be collaborative, be creative, and most of all, be inclusive of all our learners and be anti-racist in your plans to engage and serve students so that they are all supported emotionally and performing academically at the level we all know they all can. District families are expecting real change and are paying attention. Thank you. And that concludes Public Speaks for this evening. Dr. Taylor, do you wish to respond?
Yes, sir. For those who may not normally attend these meetings, either in person or virtual, we take copious notes, both me and the members of the school leadership team, and we try to respond on the spot with information that we think can assist our families who brought to us concerns. So I'm going to go through my notes here. Again, I count 16 public comments. So again, I just ask that everyone's just a little bit patient with me as I try to give responses to each that we have received. The first public speaks is a reference to Underhill and the possibility of moving the construction that's planned for Underhill up to be this summer instead of future years. To those families who reached out to me and shared that concern, what we responded with was that, you know, as we've seen from our elementary schools, these large projects take time to be approved, even though the funding has been approved through the work of the Board of Education and the Board of School Estimate. The drawings from the architect have to be then, you know, of course, shared with stakeholders and put before the board's committees and then board approved, and then put before the state for the state to give us the final approval to then put out bids. And when you're dealing with a space like Underhill that has an active season, right? You have to be careful that you're not going to interrupt that active season and have consequences that were not predicted. But what we have done after hearing this concern is we have reached out to our architect to ask if there was a way for us to consider, or for the board to be able to consider expediting Underhill, but just understanding that there's a finite amount of time for that work to be done because of fall sports and also summer prep for well, sorry, I had some allergy medications for fall sports. Going down to the next public comment, but again, we have reached out to ascertain if that would be possible, though we think that the timeline is just too tight with the approvals that are needed. But thank you for bringing that to our concern. We had multiple teachers give us public comment, and I will begin responding, but please understand that, part of my response is to our employees if they're bringing concerns around our schools. That's why we have collective bargaining and bargaining units, to have these conversations and not have them take up the time of our board meetings. So that may be very important topics. So we again encourage our teachers to please use your organization to have these conversations, so that we're not limited to this back and forth. To the second public comment, very concerning description of a field that is described here, that white and black students and white and black teachers have a much different experience at Columbia High School. There were comments around feeling a racial divide and even a chokehold when it came to the experiences that black teachers and white teachers and black students and white students are experiencing. And I will take this comment back with Dr. Perez and also Principal Sanchez to give this the space that it deserves for more conversation. I think one thing that this board has demonstrated, and I hope that I've demonstrated, is that we are committed to not just equity, meaning the division of acts of the division of assets, but equity in all that we do. So I truly appreciate the bravery that it took this teacher to bring forward this concern, and we will most definitely investigate. The next teacher brought forth comments supporting our board rep foreman regarding the sexual assault allegations and rape culture as described by this teacher, and the need for accountability regarding that sensitive topic. And I just want you to know that, again, Principal Sanchez and I have had multiple conversations around this and around some of those steps that you heard board rep foreman describe that have occurred, but it's far from the end of dealing with this really important systemic matter. Board rep foreman and I had a personal conversation around not just addressing this most recent concern at Columbia High School, but as she noted, going back to our middle schools and seeing what the genesis to these concerns is, and trying to make sure that we're not afraid to have these important conversations, because students need to have them as early as we can have them. So part of board rep foreman's comments around curriculum revision possibilities for our health curriculum, we are 100% in support of that, beginning as early as possible to help students know and be engaged and supported. The next public comment here, similar topic around the accountability and support needed, and asking if our sexual harassment policy can be a one-off solution, and it most certainly cannot be. I'm reading here still. There was a very specific comment around the Amistad curriculum and us ignoring that, and I would strongly disagree with that. I know that our C&I department, especially our social studies supervisor and some of those team members, have done a yeoman's job of updating our curriculum to be very respectful of the Amistad standards. And we've shared that at previous board meetings, and we still have much work to do. But I wanted to make sure that we don't leave here with the understanding that the Amistad curriculum has been ignored in the work that we've done. Thank you to Trustee Zuckerman for lending such an important voice towards policy. I have written down here 5756. Very happy to hear from you and to hear your support of this important work. The next public speaks was around the transportation revision, and I'm really happy to hear that Mr. Safer was able to recognize immediately some of the hard work that our board members our policy committee, our executive committee has done regarding the transportation policy. It's not an easy policy to correct, because we want to give our families whatever they need to be whole, even if it's transportation, but understanding that we do have limited resources, and we have to target and make sure that we're being equitable about how we use those. Always great to hear from Dean Daffis. Thank you so much for reaching out and giving us some of your evening as well to again support such a worthwhile effort, supporting trans and non-binary conforming students, and hearing more about the anti-trans legislation that's creeping across our country. And so we're really happy to hear that you support this work, and our board is very enthusiastic about it, as well as am I. Mr. Whitaker, thank you for the kind words regarding Dr. Perez's work thus far. I'm sure I'm happy to hear that you are seeing the reflection of that appointment and of the hard work that is encompassed by that position. I agree. I think throughout these comments, we heard more about professional development and the need for professional development in each of these areas, so that teachers have more confidence and are able to be a part of that accountability loop. And hearing about some of the history of equity in our district, and maybe how some of that is broken because we have had such turnover, which was also repeated in other public speaks. There was a comment around the switch from cohorts to possibly combining cohorts, and could that negatively impact virtual learners and virtual families? And I think that you heard through our board member discussion that we are very aware of that, and that we are very aware of every parent being engaged and being empowered to make a selection for us as a district to support that selection. And so I think some of the specific questions around taking computers out of the classroom, taking away the connections from Canvas in the classroom, and the resulting isolation that students may feel, we definitely acknowledge that. And we've sent that response to other families who brought the opposite view to us, that one of the reasons that students need to stay connected, at least for a strong portion of the day, is to allow for the students who are in person to connect with those who are all virtual, and also to, of course, make sure that those digital resources are available to the in-person students, and also, of course, making sure that we can do small learning groups with students who are both virtual and in person. So I hope that is reassuring. To the SOMA Community Alliance, Ms. Stewart, thank you for reaching out and sharing your concerns. And yes, I do believe that the presentation went a long way in answering some of the questions that you did email to us. And we do have plans to share this presentation with the community at large, not just posting it, but pushing it out. Just going down my list here. So happy to hear a new Tuscan opt-in student had a great day today. Regarding SOMA's COVID numbers being higher, we were very transparent about that. And in speaking with our departments of health and getting their advice on moving forward, we understood, and they understood in advising us, that while our community COVID numbers have increased, as we shared in our presentation, that research has been steadfast that in-person transmission is not occurring in schools, not only in our state, but in others who have strong mitigation stances. So we definitely agree with that. However, regarding the pool testing, and so I will circle back around, there were a couple of comments around why are we not testing. So in my response to those families who brought that concern, to first acknowledge that I am not a healthcare medical professional, right? I rely on folks who have that expertise to give us that advice. And unanimously, those folks have advised that we should not be doing mandatory random testing of asymptomatic students and teachers. I'll say that again one more time, that we should not be doing mandatory random testing of students and teachers. And I know that that was referenced in a couple of these questions. And it's not because we don't want to, right? And I know that some folks have put forward other school districts who they think are doing that. But when you pull back the onion on some of our neighbors who are doing testing, they're doing after school voluntary testing for anyone who wants it. And we're doing that similar step here in our communities with the partnerships of our townships. And so again, anyone who would like to have a test, even if they are a teacher and live somewhere else, we have ample testing opportunities for families and for students and for teachers. However, the having mandatory testing is not recommended, and it's not part of our plans to continue to reopen. Going through my list here again. Thank you, Ms. Beck, for sharing your perception of precise and the difference between integration and desegregation, and the need to have the precise work done, as one of our board members also mentioned, and being able to cite that work as teachers begin to engage with students who are diverse, who represent diversity. I apologize. So not speaking about this family in particular, the gentleman who brought the concern around opting out and opting in and missing an opportunity to opt into in-person learning. And I'm, we have pushed out the message of our opt-in deadline, multiple times, and our schools have echoed that in their releases as well. It's not our goal to keep kids from coming to school. It's our goal to be prepared to safely engage our students as they come. And as I've told every parent who's reached out to me regarding that, is that we will have an opportunity to determine if there can be another opt-in date once students begin to return and the Department of Health continues to monitor if there's an impact in our community for COVID-19 based on the return of students. It's not, and again, speaking of equity, we know that we cannot allow 1 or 2 or 3 parents to opt in without making that a wider opportunity for others, and to be transparent about that. So that's why we can't give one-off approvals to opt in to the March 26th deadline that we shared, and that many families, as you saw from our numbers, 68%, 69% of families have opted in. Going down my list here. The last comment around who the buck stops with when it comes to tailoring opportunities to ensure that all students are being academically successful. I agree 100%. That, that's the work that we as a district, me as a superintendent, our team, our teachers, and our admin in our local schools are dedicated to, and will be reporting out on. Sorry for the time, Mr. President, but that concludes my responses.
Thank you. We will now move to committee reports. But first, a update from the NJSBA Board of Governors. Is it Board of Governors? Board of Directors, right? So make sure I say it right.
Board of Directors.
Board of Directors, all right, with our representative board member Cuddle. And then we will go for the committee reports, just so we know, we'll start with board member Siders, and then Manning, Wright, and then Bergen. Go ahead, board member Cuddle.
Well, thank you, President Joshua. In the essence of time, I'm going to be very brief. As the Essex County representative for the New Jersey School Board Association NJSBA Board of Directors, there are 2 members that are appointed and elected by the county to represent all the counties across the state, and we meet 4 times a year at a board director meeting with NJSBA, and it is a requirement that I do a report out at our monthly meeting. I'm just going to do a couple of points. I will submit, if that's okay, Dr. Taylor, the actual meeting minutes and reports, and we'll just include that with the minutes for the meeting, and that way it's official in that capacity. With that being said, the NJSBA Board of Directors meeting was held on March 19th. In attendance, there were over 40 Board of Director members from across 21 different counties in Essex County. The President's report by Dr. Larry Feinsod went over the NJSBA budget, which was approved unanimously by the Board of Directors. We went in detail the highlights of NJSBA over 2020 that will be in the report that will be within the minutes of this meeting. If folks want to read in that regard when it's published. Just a couple of things to highlight within the NJSBA Board of Directors. One of the 2 pieces of legislation that they were looking at, one is called Special Education Services, is Senate Bill 3434, which would require boards of education to provide special education related services to certain students exceeding the age of eligibility for special education related services. That bill is currently sitting in the Senate Education Committee meeting. Another bill that NJSBA highlighted during the meeting was also the Mental Health Task Force, Senate Bill 555. There's a number missing there, my apologies. Which establishes a statewide 16-member student mental health task force for the state of New Jersey, which is new, which will help advise boards. There were some additional other updates, including that the NJSBA annual workshop conference for 2021 will be held virtually again this year, similar to what it was in 2020 due to COVID. And there will be information that goes out to that for the public. That is the statewide convening of school board members and administrators and superintendents from across the state that meets typically, and we're in Atlantic City for several days of robust workshops. So this year it will be virtual. Currently right now, NJSBA is also going to be maintaining and looking into doing new student support services and online databases to help school board members across the state be able to meet COVID challenges with student mental health. Those are just some of the highlights. The rest of the minutes of the report I will dutifully submit to our administrator, and that concludes my update. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cuddle. Now we go to the CNI report. Board Member Siders, Board Member Manning, you'll be next.
Hello. CNI met on Tuesday, April 13th. All members were present. We had a data presentation on CHS struggling students that was presented by Principal Sanchez and Assistant Principal Butler. The first data point we received was on CHS attendance, highlighting students with 10 or more absences, broken down by race. Board members, I hope to have a copy of this presentation to share with you, but I'm just going to be noting kinds of numbers which I found troubling, as well as our CNI board members. So these are students with 10 or more absences: 42% Black, 35% Latinx, 33% Native American, 24% multiracial. Obviously, there was a disparity between our Black and Brown students and our white students. Some of the absence trends that we talked about was that there was an assumption that these absence trends is not related to technology, that students are missing periods 1 and 9, which, based on the educators in the room, that was common even before COVID. And the fact that if a student is tardy to class 4 times, that translates into 1 absence. One of the solutions that was discussed was providing mentors to the vulnerable students, students with high absences, mentors that would check in with them at the beginning of the day and the end of the day. The next data point was for students with failing grades. Once again, I'm focusing strictly on, troubling numbers. And the number was 46% of Black Columbia High School students had at least one F reported to it. The CNI board members are requesting some individual data into the root causes of students with failing grades, specifically our Black and Brown students. Are students receiving failing grades due to tardiness/absences, or inability to master the curriculum, or social and emotional challenges, or is it a combination of all of these issues? And of course, how do we provide proper support without knowing these root causes? We received an Atlas demo by Mr. Graham Wilkins. Atlas is the curriculum repository that was approved by the board in 2020. Internally, it'll allow multiple district users to conduct curricular reviews, revisions, and discussions. And externally, it has a public-facing component that will be accessible by families in the community. Atlas will allow users to filter by school type, by school, by grade, by subject. And an example that we saw was being able to drill down to middle school, 6th grade science curriculum. The target date for the public-facing site is in about 2 to 3 weeks, so probably early May. What still needs to be determined is what will be displayed on the public-facing site. There are a lot of different options available in Atlas, different types of graphs, so we need to nail down what will be displayed there, and whether the site will be password protected or open. During our meeting, the board did stress a preference for Atlas to be accessible to all families without any barriers. Dr. Perez gave us an update on the work that Dr. Fergus and Dr. Severns is doing. Dr. Fergus is gathering data from the secondary school administrators, and he's working on that within, I think he's looking to have that information within the next 2 weeks. And Dr. Perez was thinking that a final report would be ready by the end of the school year, but needs to confirm. Dr. Severns is a consultant that the board approved. He's providing professional development on data-driven instruction. She continues to work closely with Dr. Fergus. Her sessions are directly connected to the recommendations in Dr. Fergus's report. She is focusing on what admin should look for when going into classes, how teachers should be questioning and instructing students. An upcoming session will be around providing guidance on how to be a true instructional leader for teachers. Dr. Severns wants to make sure that all are focused on district goals and best practices. And based on a recommendation from Dr. Severns, the district has formed another INRS task force. And that's the intervention and referral services for students who are struggling. We had a task force, I believe, a couple of years ago under Dr. Marana, and it looks like that task force is being revived. For special services, we had an update by Dr. Alegria. There are 270 students enrolled for pre-K for fall 2021. The district is considering whether a pre-K lottery is needed this year because there are possibly enough seats to not have to have the lottery. The district also has, I believe, 2 new pre-K partners. The middle school ISEP students have been added to cohort C and will have in-person instruction 4 days a week. And ISEP is our in-school therapeutic program that takes place at SOMS and MMS. Extended school year, ESY, for summer 2021 will be July 6th through August 13th, 5 days a week, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. in-person instruction. At this time, ESY will mainly be for the cohort C students. There may be more students in ESY this summer than in the past, and permission slips will be going out soon. Special Services is looking to add co-teaching and Orton Gillingham professional development opportunities to the district's professional development calendar. And last, we have 3 policies for first read tonight from CNI in particular. One is 5756, our transgender non-binary student policy. Thank you, Board Member Cuddle, for spearheading that policy. We also have 2362, Library Media Center policy. Thank you, Board Member Malvina, for spearheading that policy. We're also presenting 5533, student smoking. And one policy that we are pulling is 5350. It was supposed to be up for second read. That is pupil suicide prevention. I think overall we were not quite satisfied with the first read draft, and district staff are working on revision. Any
Thank you,
questions?
Board Member Siders. Any questions for Board Member Manning?
Did I hear that we're counting 4 tardies as an absence still? I thought we had rewritten the policy not to do that. As
That was my understanding based on our conversation at our last meeting.
Okay, I'll research that. I thought we had changed that in the policy, but
That was also my understanding, just to reiterate that.
Board Member Siders, I have a question. You rattled off, I don't say rattled off, you listed out the numbers for, oh, you can hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Number of absences, so did you just not say the number? Is it not alarming, or were there in fact 0 white students without 10 absences?
I'm sorry. The number was not alarming, maybe 8 to 10% from what I remember.
Thank you. All right, if there are no other questions for Board Member Sanders, let's move on to Board Member Manning. And Board Member Wright, you will be next.
great, thank you. So for personnel, we had a very robust meeting right after spring break. We first reviewed the status of today's personnel resolutions that we will be voting on later. The committee and my own sons passed their condolences to the Burgermaster family. Ms. Burgermaster was a secretary at Marshall for many, many years. We did not review the new job descriptions as part of that are up for approval because we had them for over a month and shared our input directly with administration, and the Finance Committee was reviewing them as well. These are all new positions to help improve our operations and bring more resources to make sure we have strong oversight and attention to detail. So the facilities director, the assistant food services director, the assistant transportation coordinator, and then the dispatcher. We also reviewed the forms that administration will be sharing with the committee as we prepare for the renewal meeting of our staff in the beginning of May. The committee will have time to review all renewals, and there's an additional form for teachers who are qualifying for tenure this year. Administration also created new forms for principals and supervisors to make this process more robust. Administration is monitoring completion of summative evaluations and making sure that supervisors and principals meet their obligation to support and guide our staff as an improvement model. The committee discussed the metric to measure how the demographics of our staff reflects our student population. This is work toward goal number 4. Dr. Fergus recommended that we restrict the staff to just our teaching staff, and we will be reviewing that data with administration 3 times a year, October, February, and June. We also had a detailed conversation about the residency verification process review. Administration will continue to research and explore best practices and will report this out to the executive committee going forward. Administration is exploring how our policies and our current practices may have an inequitable burden on some of our community members, even if on the face, the policy or practice, there may not be an obvious or intended inequity. And we are meeting in early May to review the final evaluations of our staff in time for the renewal meeting. And that's what we talked about.
Thank you. Any questions for Board Member Manning on the personnel update? Nope. Okay, now we'll go to Board Member Wright, and then obviously Board Member Bergen, you will be next. Board Member Wright?
Okay, thank you, President Joshua. We met on February 8th. I want to thank all of my committee members for attending, and a special thank you to Ms. Malaspina for filling in. We talked about the construction. We had a construction update given to us by Ms. Del Gercio, and I want to welcome her as well as our new business administrator and board secretary. Really appreciate it. We talked about the bid dates for our 4 school projects, Clinton and Jefferson, which we'll get April 28th, and Seth Boyden and Tuscan on May 6th. There were also updates as to the estimated timeframes for the construction at each site. We also have new radios. We're going to be getting new radios for the buses that will be purchased with a greater range than the radios that we have currently installed. We also talked about the open meetings for the finance, facilities, and technology. We were told that we were having technical issues and quorum issues, and having problems noticing. It seemed that we have problems noticing the meeting. It's perfectly legal and appropriate for us to have open meetings for FFT. So I apologize to those of you who thought we would have this meeting open. It was our plan. I think we're going to be discussing that later. We also talked about job descriptions for the assistant transportation coordinator, the dispatcher, assistant food service director, and facility director. Those were all reviewed and discussed, and financially, the district is in great shape. I'm happy to report that. Success is now dependent on the ability to strategically support the students, implement redistricting, and integrating our classrooms.
Thank you, Board Member Wright. And I am excited about the radios. I thought that was a wonderful idea. We all remember, I don't know if it's Snowvember or whatever you want to call it, but having radios with better ranges will prevent something like that from happening again. So that's very exciting. Any other questions for Board Member Wright? Okay. You brought up the public committees. I thought we would discuss that in new business, but I'll quickly just add a note right now. I think where we are continuing to have, I guess, a divergence of opinion is on what the difference is. I know in the past, the board has often had public budget hearings and workshops, and those were open to the public, and those were driven through the finance committee, but were essentially meetings of the entire board to work through those. And those are totally, if that's what we're discussing, and I believe that's sort of the crux of what we had in January, I think that I agree with that. I think what we're continuing to, and it's just maybe just like language that we're using, is that when you have a committee is just the committee. It is not the board. And so when a committee invitation happens, it is for said committee. The entire board is not invited to that committee's meeting. If you have a committee meeting, you don't go through the public speaks, the Pledge of Allegiance, all the other things that happen at a public board meeting. And the concern when I say technical difficulties is there's no current way right now with our virtual environment to prevent a fifth board member from showing up to for instance, me, right? I am ex officio on every committee. So if I were to show up at a FFT meeting, there would then be 5 members. If assuming all 4 were there, that quorum does, create a violation of OPA if it hasn't been notified as such. And we can't notice a committee meeting as a public board meeting without the board being on board, if you will. A lot of boards in that sense, apologies. So, you know, another option, which I'm not actually in favor of, is, you know, maybe making the committee a committee of the whole, but then that just creates another committee for all of us to attend. And I don't think that's what any of us want either. So I just wanted to offer that, and, you know, we can continue this discussion in at new business, but I just wanted to offer that as sort of a primer, if you will. Board Member Bergen. You are muted. No, we can't hear you. You're still muted.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Sorry about that. The policy committee met on April 14th for 2.5 hours. We had a preview of tonight's algorithm presentation and discussed a lot of policies, as you can see from our agenda. We have 2 policies up for second read, which we'll vote on tonight. The first one is 0164, the conduct of board meetings, which is related to the conversation we just had. It's being revised to reflect the current practices at board meetings. And since our last meeting, we had a few changes, such as making the language more consistent and adding a definition of a board meeting, which is basically whenever there's a quorum of members intending to discuss board business, and that comes from the statute. 8600 student transportation is also on for second read to vote tonight. Since the last meeting, we added back in the shuttle service between South Mountain and the Annex, as well as the new shuttle between the Seth Boyden neighborhood and CHS for CHS students. The revised policy also asks administration to work with the towns to review and update the hazardous routes, because the prior list was 18 years old and there have been changes to speed limit, stop signs, traffic signals, construction that changed the size of sidewalks, etc. So I just want to clarify from Public Speaks that list is not necessarily the list of hazardous routes that will happen next year. They're being evaluated, those, and, you know, whether there are any new ones. Or in addition, we had a lively discussion about courtesy transportation for the routes related to the Marshall, Jefferson, Seth Boyden pairing, and those families opting into Seth Boyden. We recognize that the district created those programs and understand that there's a desire to continue transportation as they wind down. We also see that continuing these routes, but not other courtesy routes, will lead to inconsistent scenarios. For example, a kindergartner placed at one school under the new integration plan does not get transportation, while older neighbors going to the same school under the old plan would get transportation. We also recognize that there are no easy answers that will satisfy everyone and, you know, not break the budget. And that with sibling preferences, it could take many, many years for these programs to wind down. So accordingly, we've proposed a resolution that would continue the courtesy routes for associated with just these programs for 1 year to give families more time to plan for the change and aid in the transition back to what we hope is a more regular schedule next year. We had 2 policies first read last month that are off the agenda tonight. The first one is 5350, pupil suicide prevention, as Board Member Siders mentioned. It's being pulled for a closer look based on comments from board members in the community. And the other one is policy 9713, recruitment by special interest groups, that's also being pulled for a closer look. We have 9 policies for first read tonight. 3 are finance policies, some related to the Perkins audit. 2415.02, Title I fiscal responsibilities. 6311, contracts for goods and services funded by federal grants. 6112, reimbursement of federal or other grant expenditures. 2530, resource materials. Board Member Malaspina updated this policy and incorporated the Library Media Center policy into it. We discovered that Strauss, Esme, and other districts don't have 2 separate policies for the library and resource materials. So we're proposing to add the library provisions into the resource materials policy and abolish the library policy, as that's how other districts seem to do it. So thank you, Board Member Malaspina. 5120, assignment of students. This is the policy associated with the integration initiative. It includes the objective of the demographics of each elementary school reflecting the demographics of the district and annual data being presented to the board on this objective. And it also includes some provisions on professional development and on other things to make sure that we are not just desegregating our schools, but that we are also actually integrating our elementary schools. 5533, student smoking. This policy is being updated to include vaping and to prohibit the possession of tobacco products at school. 5751, sexual harassment. This policy had a first read last month, and then Strauss-Esme issued a draft revised policy based on changes to the law. So this policy is back to a first read because it changed a lot. And Strauss-Esme is still updating it, so we anticipate that this policy will change again before next month, but we wanted to bring it to the full board and also to the public to seek input. There are two items in this policy that the board can make a decision on. The first one is a standard of review, either a preponderance of the evidence or clear and convincing evidence. And the clear and convincing evidence standard is a higher standard. Preponderance of the evidence is easier to meet, and we can discuss it later in more detail, but I favor the preponderance of the evidence standard because I think that it may be difficult to get students to go on the record in these cases, and it just, it's one decision that we can make that I think would make a difference in making this a policy that's better for the students in light of everything that's happening. The policy isn't being voted on tonight, but this standard is in a resolution that we are voting on tonight. Then the other decision point we have is whether to include a hearing. And the hearing would be a full evidentiary hearing with cross-examination. That's part of the initial determination of whether sexual harassment took place. But even if we don't select the hearing option as part of that process, there's always an appeals hearing that is available. So we can discuss this with Ms. Butler after my presentation. And on a related note, there is a dating violence policy that is under review and should be coming to the board in the coming months, including, I hope, renaming this dated policy called dating violence, the sexual harassment policy. And as the policy chair, I would welcome any comments on how to improve these policies and seek emails, feedback from speakers tonight. 5756, transgender and gender nonconforming students. Board Member Cuddle updated this policy with best practices, and we're very pleased to have it on the agenda tonight, and we'll be ready to vote on it next month. So thank you, Board Member Cuddle. And I think the last one is 7441, electronic surveillance on school buildings and on school grounds. This policy is required by law because the district has surveillance cameras that are capable of live streaming remotely. It requires the district to have an agreement with law enforcement governing when law enforcement can access that live stream. And this type of agreement is required by law. So having this policy doesn't actually change our obligations in this about this. We did add, the policy committee added a provision to the policy that an agreement with law enforcement would need to limit access to the live stream to emergencies such as active shooter situations, so that it can't be used to look at students for any other reason or as part of some other law enforcement investigation. The migration to Strauss-Esme of our policies is almost complete. We received some feedback from Strauss-Esme on the district policies and regulations that were sent there, and we got a list of outdated policies that should be abolished and a list of missing regulations. So we're in the process of reviewing them, and perhaps next meeting we'll propose to abolish several of our policies that are outdated. And I just want to say the policy committee has been very busy, and I want to thank Dr. Alegria and Ms. Moore for their hard work in getting all these policies ready for tonight's meeting. Thank you.
I have some comments or questions about a couple of policies.
Go ahead, Board Member Wright.
Yes. I have a question. When we talk about the board meetings, I know that Miss Manny said that she was going to change the bylaws in terms of public meetings, but I do have a question about I'd like to know what category does a committee meeting fall under? And is it a regularly scheduled public meeting, a special meeting, or an emergency meeting? If none of these, are, then this policy is really deficient. And does Mr. Joshua intend on attending every meeting every month? Because that is what the policy says. That's with the board meetings. I'll move on to the use of tobacco products.
Well, can we let, I'm sorry, can we let Board Member Bergen answer that one before we go to the next question? Before the next policy? Because there might be other comments about that policy as well. So is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead, Board Member Bergen.
So this is 0164. It's one of the bylaws for the board. So it's, I think this came through the executive committee before it got to the board. And we didn't make any changes regarding how that policy handles committee meetings. And I don't believe that committee meetings are any of those three types of meetings that are referenced in this policy, because committee meetings aren't meetings of the entire board.
That's my understanding, right? That we have either the regularly scheduled meetings, which are the ones that we basically announced at our reorganization meeting in January. Special meetings that are ones that are announced with, that are not on that meeting, but then get noticed appropriately, such as our board retreats, or when we get together for evaluation of superintendent. And then lastly, there's like emergency meetings, which are very, very rarely called. I don't know of this board ever calling one, and there's very stringent requirements into what could be considered an emergency meeting, which would be something I believe you have to have notice. If you do it within 48 hours, and there are very, very few circumstances where calling an emergency meeting would be, I guess, not qualified, but would be sort of allowed. So that's my understanding of what the three different types of meetings are. Let me get Board Member Mannion and then back to Bergen.
Yeah. So as we were talking about this idea of having committees meetings in public, I was trying to express that we would have to change this bylaw. And I didn't say I would just go and change this bylaw, but I was getting at exactly what you just said, President Joshua, is that we haven't defined what the committee meeting would look like. And the only way we could do it is if we ran this as a regular board meeting, a non-regular board meeting, but as a board meeting. But go ahead, Susan, Board Member.
I was just going to say, I believe that there is another bylaw on committee meetings. There is. That is what we would need to also look at if we wanted to make changes in that regard. But this policy states that when 5 or more members are together to discuss board business, that it is a meeting of the board, and that triggers the notice requirement and public speaks. But those things aren't because we wrote it into the policy. It's in the policy because it's in the Open Public Meetings law.
I got it. And I think the state says something differently about the Open Public Meetings Act. There's a prohibition against specifically limiting the number of board members attending a meeting for the purpose of circumventing OPMA, the Open Public Meetings Act. Also, there is nothing that prohibits having a committee meeting in public so long as all of the usual notice requirements are also met. In fact, the default and legislative purpose under the Open Public Meetings Act is to have as much in public as possible, except of course for confidential matters. And it seems to me that if we're not being open and transparent in finance and facilities and technology, then we really have a problem. because we're not open and transparent about the things that we need to be. And the public is asking for this, and it is the law. And I would like for our board attorney to weigh in on that.
I can tell you that I have already weighed in on this. I had prepared an email, or actually I believe a few emails about this in the past, but a committee meeting they're generally not done as a public meeting. The
Now,
purpose of
I'm asking about
the
the law,
meeting
not
is
what's generally done. What is the law? What does the law say? I'm asking for your legal.
the law
opinion.
says that a committee meeting is not the same as a board meeting. And the requirements for the Open Public Meetings Act apply to when a meeting of the board takes place. There are certain standards that must be met as far as notice, as far as participation by the public, as far as having an agenda, number of different things, and public access. The issue with a committee meeting on a virtual platform is that there is no way to ensure that that the meeting is not attended by less than a quorum of the board, because individuals can participate and not be identifiable during a virtual meeting. So if there is a meeting and there's more than 5 members of the board attending, say 3 as identified committee members and 2 others as unidentified attendees, during that meeting there is discussion about specific information, like say FFT. There is a lot of very real information that's being discussed there about financial issues, planning issues, construction issues. It is all board business, and you have effectively created a meeting where there could be more than a quorum of the board without the required notice, without the required criteria that you have for a public meeting, which includes all of the things that we do at the beginning of every meeting, and includes the opportunity for public speaks, because every public meeting of the board must include public speaks.
Yes, then
Can I
what
ask a
you're
follow-up
saying,
question?
you're saying different from what the New Jersey School Boards Association representative, our own representative, as well as an attorney from the school board. So you have a different opinion about how that law is written. And I think it's really, really important to the community that we have open and meetings, and we have the right to have committee meetings that are open. And if we notice the meeting correctly, we don't have to worry about a quorum or anything else, because everyone is involved. It's just a matter of noticing the meeting properly. And so what you're saying is you don't want to have anything open in terms of finance or C&I, which I think should also be an open meeting. Policy. I think that personnel, it's personnel. And when we've had our open meetings with the finance and facilities, when we needed to go into closed session, we absolutely did that. But to sit here and be complicit with not adhering to state law is, for me, egregious. And I think our community deserves a lot more, especially with the kinds of monies that we're going to be spending on facilities and things of that nature. And many people have written me about why we closed the meeting. And so if this is what we're doing, then we have to, I have to revisit that. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Wright. I'm not sure if many people have written, because maybe they've written to you, but they haven't written to me. What I'm going to do right now is read out the email from our committee, our NJSBA rep. The OPMA defines a meeting as a gathering attended by or open to all members of a public body with the intent to discuss public business. A committee meeting with less than a quorum eligible, that's the key word, eligible. We can't just show up at each other's committee meetings. A committee meeting with less than a quorum eligible is not attended by or open to all members of a public body, so the open does not apply. As long as the committee remains less than a quorum, it is technically not a meeting, so there are no state mandated notice requirements. It would be up to the board to provide the community with whatever information it thinks it would be helpful. And this is where I'll say that, I have been in frequent contact with the superintendent on getting the updated minutes up on our website. And I know that we're reviewing some of them for redaction reasons, particularly personnel, and that they should be up. I was hoping they'd be up by this meeting. I hope they'll be up by our next meeting in 2 weeks. Now, let me read on. In terms of actual committees, I asked what would it take to have what I believe you're asking for, which is in effect making the finance committee a committee of the board, committee of the whole, as you will, and very few committees of the whole where there are 9 members. I think just from a logistics standpoint, it becomes difficult to do. But there are, there's one in Bergen County where the entire board it operates that way, and one in Morris County where they do have a committee that operates as a board of a whole. I plan to reach out to both of those boards of education presidents to understand how that works, and then bring that back to us to determine whether or not that is something we can even think about pursuing in the near future. But I guess what I really struggle to understand with, and maybe our attorney could weigh in again, is that there's so few districts in the state that are having their committee meetings in public that I refuse. It's hard for me to believe that all these districts, over 600 districts, are violating the law by not doing this. So that, I guess I will leave it there, unless the attorney wants to respond, and then we can move forward.
You are violating the law when you shut down an open public meeting. I didn't say that 600 districts across the state have open meetings. 600 districts across the state don't have the issues that we have with facilities and money. We have those issues. We are the 13th highest taxed town in South Orange, and I think Maplewood is a few notches behind us in terms of monies. And I think that the community has every right to know where their monies are going and being very, very transparent about it, especially when we look at how our facilities have been deteriorated after paying some of the highest prices for maintenance, probably around here. It's sort of ridiculous. And so I think that what I'm reading here is NJSA 10:4-11, failure to invite portion of members to circumvent provisions of the act. The prohibition: no person or public body shall fail to invite a portion of its members to a meeting for the purpose of circumventing the provisions of this act. And that's exactly what you're doing. And to add something to that, when I publicized the meeting when we noticed the meeting that we were having this month, you didn't give me the courtesy or the respect of calling me and saying to me, I'm going to shut this meeting down. You just did it. And for me, it was total disrespect. And it reminded me of the 6 members who spoke in a new meeting to tell me that we were not going to have, they did not agree with having open meetings. Well, I'm sorry. I'm a board member that really believes in a total transparency when we can do it. And I think this is the time that we can. And again, I'll say, legally, I have that right as the chair to decide whether the meetings for the FFT are open or closed. And you are the president, and you have, used your authority at will to cancel something without even communicating with me or any of my committee members. That's horrible.
Well, thank you. So I guess I would say that, for one, not that it's anybody's business, but I was somewhere where I could not get on the phone when I did that, which is why I sent it via email. Secondly, it's deliciously ironic to me to have a meeting discussing transparency when not everyone's camera is on, if you want to talk about transparency. And lastly, we go to the same thing we started earlier. We're not doing this to avoid a quorum. What I'm suggesting is that if a 5th person shows up, you actually, and I'm going to get to you, board members Zubieta and then Malaspina. I saw your hand earlier. I just wanted the opportunity to respond. What I am suggesting, and let me say it this way, there are plenty of ways to be transparent, which I'm committed to doing without putting ourselves in jeopardy of violating the law. I'll leave it as simple as that. Board members Zubieta and Malaspina, you'll be next.
And before that, my camera is not on because I don't know how to work and I haven't had the opportunity. I think everybody on the board knows this. I haven't had the opportunity to get to Mr. Bonds, who said that he would help me with that issue. And I will try and get that done as soon as possible. It just doesn't work on the WebEx. It works on Zoom with my meetings at the Board of Trustees in Essex County. Just the WebEx doesn't work for me. And I also have difficulty with Google. And I'm sorry, my technology skills aren't up to par, but I'm probably doing people a favor by not being able to see my face.
Never say that. Never ever say that. We love seeing you, Ms. Board Member Wright. Board Member Zubieta and then Malaspina. And then I'm going to move to close discussion unless another colleague has an opinion on this topic.
Thank you. I guess this is a question for Joanna and also for you.
Joanna or Joanne? I just want to
Joanne,
clarify.
sorry.
Okay.
Our lawyer. And I wanted to ask, you had mentioned one county that did committee meetings of the whole of the board as a whole. And so whenever you talk to them, would you ask, or if Joanne already knows the answer to this, if a committee meeting is open to the whole board and it's noticed as a public board meeting, does this mean that, like, we have 4 committees and we have public board meetings and we have public retreats and we have special meetings and we have executive meetings? Does this mean that everybody would be required to go to everything? Because we have rules about how many meetings you can miss before you basically get booted off the board. So I'm concerned about that because I feel like there are already a lot of reasons why people don't run for the Board of Education. And the biggest one being the time commitment. And so I know myself personally, when I joined the board the first time in 2020, I kind of found out what was the time consideration, what was the time commitment to join the board. And I was told about all the meetings I just mentioned. And I was told that it was typical to join 1 to 3 committee meetings. So if you look at our board, if you look at our last election, if I may say so, there were 4 of us because of special circumstances. I would say 4 of us were in a socioeconomic position where we were not working night shifts or late hours. I would say that if we look at our demographics of the 4 people who ran, we can say that 3 had a very similar ethnic background and only 1, myself, did not. And so while we talk about the demographics of our teachers and we talk about the demographics of our administrators, we talk about the demographics of who's in AP classes, who's in honors classes, who's in college prep classes, it is very taboo to talk about the demographics of our board itself. And there are reasons why our board looks the way it does. And there are reasons why who runs. And so I worry that if we keep adding more and more and more meetings, we're going to have a totally skewed board where we have a board of stay-at-home parents, of retirees, of people who don't work late nights, of people who don't work the later shift, of people who have a large number of children and therefore more commitments. we're going to have a committee, we're going to have a board that doesn't reflect our community, which is exactly what we say we don't want. So whether or not our meetings our committee meetings end up being allowed to be open, that's fine. I could go either way, open, closed, whatever. But I will say that as an individual, I'm not down for being on 4 committees. I'm just not. That's not the commitment I made. If it required that I would get booted off of the board because I didn't follow the rules of how many absences were allowed, then I would welcome getting booted, because all of us have a commitment to our families and other things, our own personal lives, our education, jobs. And I just find that it's already onerous, especially in the year of coronavirus pandemic, which may continue. And, we need to really talk about why it's so taboo to talk about the demographics of the board and why it looks like it does. And adding more meetings, I got to tell you, it is not going to help, not at all.
Thank you, Board Member Zabieta. Board Member Malaspina?
I would like to concur with Board Member Wright in the fact that I believe we need to do everything possible to be as open and transparent as possible. And our board right now, as it states, our policy states that it is up to the committee president to make a decision if the meeting should be open or not. So for it to be closed and the courtesy not be given to Ms. Wright is concerning to me. And I have concerns about the lack of transparency, because I believe the public has the right to see these, because we keep saying over and over again that most of the work, and I know this now because I'm on the committees, gets done in committee. So as much as possible, we should make those committees open. And if that means, how we notice them, then we might need to look at that. But I believe we have to do that. And I also think, Board Member Joshua, that your comments to Ms. Wright and your behavior towards Ms. Wright prior was not really appropriate. And I believe that you owe her an apology for how you spoke to her.
Thank you for your comments, Board Member Malaspina. I'll close discussion by saying that this has been an ongoing conversation where, for whatever reason, my authority as a president is consistently questioned. So I apologize if I am defensive about that. I'm new in this role, as you are new in your role, Board Member Malaspina. And we all make mistakes. And what I'd like the opportunity for all of us to do is continue to listen to each other as we work through these problems, and give the president, as well as everyone else, the respect by listening to each other. And the idea that I've never said any of these things before, that it was somehow sprung upon people when we had a discussion in our March 15th executive session about it, as well as public, is just, it makes it sound as though it didn't happen. So I will close discussion there. Dr. Taylor, would you like to make a motion for the action items for the meeting?
Thank you, Mr. President. I put before the board 4124 through 4123.
Excuse me, Dr. Taylor, we have to add a resolution.
I'm sorry, I'm looking around here, my Brady Bunch.
I'm so sorry. We have to make a motion to add that last resolution.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, I'd like to make a motion to add resolution 4134 to the action items for the meeting. Can I have I'm making a motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Manny. Dr. Taylor.
I'm sorry, I missed who was first.
I don't know. I thought I saw Board Member Manny, but if you
Okay.
got someone else, you go for it.
Okay.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Great. That was
Everybody?
unanimous,
Okay.
Ms. Del Gercio.
So
All right,
to
Dr. Taylor,
restate,
we now have 4134.
Okay,
All
so
right,
that's
so
the
we have a-
final one. Okay, thank you.
That vote was just
Wait,
to add it to the agenda.
Okay, should I read it now or read it later?
You can read it now so that it's clear to those who are watching.
Sure. Okay, we've just made a motion to move resolution 4134. 4134 is to approve courtesy transportation for the 21-22 school year. Whereas elementary family, let me bring this down so I can read it properly. Apologies. Whereas elementary families residing in the geographic zones for Marshall and Jefferson that attend either school receive courtesy transportation if they live more than 1 mile away from Marshall or Jefferson. And whereas elementary families residing in the geographic zones for Clinton, Jefferson, Marshall, South Mountain, and Tuscan elementary schools have the choice of enrolling in the South Boyden Demonstration School and receive courtesy transportation if they reside more than 1 mile away from the school. And whereas elementary families residing in the geographic zones for South Boyden have the choice of enrolling in either Marshall or Jefferson and receive courtesy transportation if they reside more than 1 mile away from the designated school. Be it resolved that the superintendent and the administration are directed to provide transportation to the students attending elementary school outside of their zone school and more than 1 mile away from their zoned elementary school as a result of 1, the Marshall Jefferson pairing, 2, families zoned for South Boyden that have opted into the Marshall Jefferson pairing, and or 3, families zoned for other elementary schools opting into South Boyden.
To our solicitor, the board supported that addition unanimously. My motion was never first and seconded, correct?
Correct, because Ms.
I'll make sure.
Delgorcio got in before you were able to finish. I just wanted to ask Board President Joshua, was there a time frame in that resolution?
The 21-22 school year. Board Member Manny?
Thank you.
I was
Board
just
Member Manny?
saying one year,
Okay,
one
yeah.
year, 1 year.
Clarify.
All right, so seeing as though Andrea was very quick and got that in there before I think it was seconded, I will put it back before the board for consideration 4124 through now 4134.
All right, can I have a second?
Second.
I said,
Thank you, Board Member Manny. Okay, we are now on discussion for action items 4124 through 4134. Board Member Malaspina.
I have a few concerns on 4127. 41270, I think it is, which is a Title IX coordinator portion.
Go ahead.
I have concerns about this position. I have concerns that how this is being done. We have, if you look at our website right now, it shows Dr. Perez as the Title IX coordinator, but we have never approved it. We also have it was sent to parents that she was the Title IX coordinator, but she wasn't approved. We have sexual harassment concerns right now in our district, and that were done before we approved her. So I'm trying to figure out exactly who would be taking over those cases. I don't believe, and I'm wondering if Dr. Taylor or Dr. Perez can tell us, has she been trained yet properly on how to handle this? Has she received the federal training she needs? At this point, especially with everything going on, I would ask that we hold appointing her until that she can get the training and that we can make sure that we are in compliance, because I am very concerned that by making the switch right now, we're not going to be in compliance correctly.
Thank you, Board Member Massimino. Dr. Taylor?
Yeah, probably about a month ago, when we were reviewing the approvals, I had made the assumption that Dr. Perez was approved as part of the reorganization that occurred in January. And when our solicitor and I did a deep dive into the approvals, the last person who was approved was our solicitor. She can assist in our way to approach Title IX be the same way that we approach many things. We would want to form a Title IX panel who could help. This is not the type of thing that falls on one person, at least in my eyes. Upon the advice of counsel, I spoke with the board president to let him know that that was an oversight and that we would put it on the agenda for the board to consider retroactively, because that's how important the mandate is, to have a Title IX coordinator on our website and to move forward to receive those concerns. And that's what has occurred. Similarly to the
I'm sorry, sorry, Dr. Taylor.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure this came up through, I don't remember if this was through personnel or finance, because these are, these resolutions are generally through finance. I just want to make sure that they went through a committee before they came to the board.
It didn't come through finance, and I sit on personnel. It didn't come through there either. And I have a couple of concerns as an old Title IX mom.
Okay, hold on, Board Member Wright. We will get to your concerns. I just want to hit Dr. Taylor to finish answering his question for Board Member Massimino, and then we'll come to you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Taylor, can you continue? And then I have a follow-up.
Sure. I think I described it as, well as I could through the what occurred, why it's necessary, the training that is necessary will be followed up on, similar to the affirmative action officer training that was recently completed. And again, I would just stress that we're all careful about talking about employees, and personnel in our public, just as an FYI as always.
So, Joanne, can you tell me if you are recommending approving a person who hasn't been trained yet?
Individuals who serve in whatever capacity under Title IX, whether it's the Title IX coordinator, investigators, informal resolution providers, or decision makers, are required to be trained. I can tell you that I have provided a good deal of information to Dr. Perez regarding what these requirements are, specific information from the Department of Education Office on Civil Rights. And there is, as Dr. Taylor noted, she will undergo further training, as will anybody else who is providing services under the Title IX obligations for sexual harassment. But Dr. Perez has also received training on other areas that are similar to what's required under Title IX, and she has been provided with specific information that is targeted directly to what the Title IX requirements provide.
So what legal authority are you relying on to say that, and what exact training requirements has been provided? Because you're saying similarly is not, to me, the same thing as the trainings that should be occurring or should have occurred, especially when we have situations that are very important that she will be dealing with in the near future.
Thank you, Board Member Spina. I'm going to let Ms. Butler respond, and then we'll move to Board Member Wright.
There are certain commonalities with serving as an affirmative action officer and serving as a Title IX coordinator. similarities, not that it is the same thing, not that the same precise requirements apply. There are specific provisions under Title IX with regard to understanding the preponderance of evidence, understanding the rape shield provisions, understanding issues with regard to presumption of innocence. This is all, these are all additional components under Title IX that don't exist under affirmative action. However, I can tell you I have provided certain information and links, direct information from me based upon my knowledge of it and the fact that I have actually done, I've presented on Title IX to attorneys, but also information and links directly from the U.S. Department of Education, Office of Civil Rights, and we've discussed the, planning for additional training for Dr. Perez.
But providing documents is
Thank
not,
you.
is providing training.
Board Member Maspina, please. I just want to, you've had multiple opportunities here. I want to bring someone else into the conversation. Board Member Wright.
All right, thank you. As I said, I was part of Title IX when it was in its infancy, and it has so many moving parts today because of the new administration in the White House. It seems that the new guidance coming out, that's coming out from the United States Department of Education in the near future is changing everything. But here's the thing. If Dr. Perez is the Title IX coordinator, then who is the decision maker and who is the investigator? Now, this policy states that the decision maker is designated by the superintendent. So it can't be Dr. Taylor. And then the other thing is, who will be the investigator? Are we really going to require Dr. Perez to be the Title IX coordinator and the investigator? She is already spending a lot of time on a lot of other things. And we already have a Title IX issue taking place right now, from what I heard this evening. What is being done about that? And who is investigating? Who is the decision maker? And before I decide, personally, who, if I'm to vote for Dr. Perez as the Title IX coordinator, which means she will start her job immediately, I need Dr. Taylor or Dr. Perez to confirm that she has had, indeed, because she hasn't responded. I think Ms. Malaspina is assuming, I don't know, but I would assume, and I know I won't assume, I will ask if she's been trained properly under the proper federal, because this is federal training. It's not local, state, it's federal requirements. But the bigger question is, what legal exposure can the district face if she isn't trained properly? That's huge. And I'd like to ask if she has been trained. Can she answer that question? And I think we all need to think about this before we vote on this. And, and I'm coming in here blind. I'm trying to, I'm looking up things and I know what's going on in terms of Title IX. It's a very, very critical. There's a lot of stringent training for this, and it's changed and morphed over the years, and you just can't get in and say, I'm passing it. The other thing is, Ms. Butler was just appointed as our Title IX coordinator last year in May, I believe, maybe April or May, around the same time. And so to douse this at this situation, the board has to look at its liability. And we have a lawyer that's sitting there saying, let's, I guess it's okay. I don't think it's okay. We have to look at our legal responsibilities as a board and look at what's going on now and decide who's investigating and who's not. So it's very concerning to me right now. And the state looking at us, the feds looking at us, everybody's looking at us anyway. But I'd like to know if Dr. Perez has had that training. Maybe she has.
Thank you, Board Member Wright. And I just like to, my question is right along the same lines, which is it customary for training to have occurred before or after the appointment? So if you can answer both of those, thank you.
That's like putting the cart before the horse. You get trained before you do something like this. This
So-
is legal.
So I can answer based on my experience to our board president, which I think links back to Ms. Wright's question. But before I do, I think that the question around investigator versus decision maker is a key one for Title IX, because the person who's assigned to one cannot do the other. And as I said earlier to board member Malastina's question, I think that the best practice from my experience is that the Title I investigator / coordinator would not be the decision maker. That would lie with the panel of folks assigned to that task, so that there's a kind of a group thought when it comes to being the decision maker on Title IX investigations. Regarding the training, you took my thunder, Mr. President, when I was saying, I think that the assertion here is that anybody who gets appointed to be a Title IX coordinator has received all of their training prior to being approved to do so. And I would assert that that is not the case. That, if a person is a carryover from a previous appointment, perhaps, but if you're looking at it from my perspective, right, you would have to train someone fully before they would be able to be assigned, making an assumption that every single moving target training that Ms. Wright described, right, saying that it's always changing, things are always moving. Right now, we have a new administration, there's lots of things changing, that the person would have to be trained on all those changes before they would be able to take this position, and I don't agree with that stance. And Ms. Butler, I think I stepped on your shoes there. You can say something.
That's okay. I want to make sure that everyone understands that the Title IX coordinator can be the investigator, but cannot be the decision maker by the actual terms of the regulations. The Title IX coordinator cannot be the decision maker. There is an investigator, a decision maker, and then there is an appeal individual. And when we have discussed this in planning on how to address the district's obligations, which exist currently, these obligations exist right now. We discussed the plan that Dr. Perez would be the investigator, that the decision maker would be a panel, as Dr. Taylor mentioned, and then Dr. Taylor would then be the individual responsible to consider an appeal of the decision. I have to say, it is very difficult right now in this state when it comes to the Title IX obligations. I reached out to Strauss-Esme a while ago saying, where are your regulations on this? Because, the board has a contract with Strauss-Esme, excuse me, not where are your regulations, where is your policy on the new Title IX regulations? And Strauss-Esme explained that they have been experiencing great difficulty in coming up with a policy that would be workable in a school setting. If you were to go to websites of many school districts across the state, they don't have policies. We're trying to make sure that at least the district is protected by having a policy. The folks from Strauss-Esme prepared a very preliminary draft and requested that I provide comments. I was one of the few attorneys in the state that was discussing the issue with them. And I provided a number of comments to their draft. And what we have done is taken what the board had proposed last month the draft, the very preliminary draft policy that I created, and the preliminary that Strauss Esme created, put them together in a cohesive manner to at least get the ball rolling on the board having a policy regarding Title IX. And this is not something we are taking very lightly. We've had a number of discussions about it, and you know, I've been trying to work with Strauss Esme to come up with something for the district. So I don't know what else I can provide.
Well, so, Ms. Butler, Title IX is a federal law that
Yes, it
exists whether there is a policy or not. Isn't that true?
It exists, and part of the law requires that the board, that local boards of education or any entity that is receiving financial assistance, like a public board of education, must have a policy which provides certain things. And that's what we're trying to do. There are very specific requirements that exist as to the procedural issues. We're trying to make sure that we're able to at least get that ball rolling by having the first reading tonight of the policy, which would provide for making sure that the district is abiding by what Title IX requires.
So we better get this right and not guess. And so I would like to make a motion to table this, and we should do that. You know, it sounds like we have a lot of work to do with this, and this is not anything that should be taken lightly. I can tell you that the feds do not play with Title IX. So we're trying to get a policy in place, and announcing someone with no training, I'm assuming at this point, but was posted recently as the coordinator. So we're wrong all over the place. We've put her out there as this person. I don't know what people look at when they come looking at your credentials and things like that, and you're in a position that you have no business in, because honestly, she has no business there until she's had that training. Now, Ms. Butler, you've been doing the Title IX, so I guess you've been involved in all of the issues that are going on surrounding Title IX. And I'm sure you would be there to turn things over, but you can't turn anything over to someone who hasn't been trained. It's sort of like going to the doctor and the doctor has no skills. You know, we can't do that. We can't hold ourselves liable. And I think we should hold this off until at least Dr. Perez gets the proper training, and it is intense and it is grueling. It is not something simple. Again, this is not a state law. This is a federal law. This is a federal law. And I'm sure you know about the training because I'm sure you've had it since you've been sitting in the position for over a year.
Thank you.
And you are our legal, so we're depending on you here. What say you?
As I have indicated, there is nothing within Title IX, as far as I understand, that says that somebody cannot start the position without training, without complete training. I'm actually looking within the terms of the statute as I'm listening to you.
Yeah, and I mean, it's sort of like saying you're a lawyer before you pass the bar. You know, you're not a lawyer until you pass the bar. It's sort of like being a doctor, you got to pass your boards. Being a teacher, you have to pass, well, back in the day, you had to pass the national teacher's exam before you could go and teach. So she should go through the proper channels. And I'm going to tell you, it's a lot of time and it's a lot of work.
Thank you, Board Member Wright. Board Member May, I'm coming to you once. No, I'm coming to you now. Go ahead. No? Okay. Board Member Bergen, was that a hand or just holding a tired head because it's 11:49? Sorry. Board Member Zubieta.
This is actually a question, I guess, for Ms. Butler and also for Dr. Taylor. So, Ms. Butler, I understood the way you described the roles, that there's a coordinator, then there's an investigator, then there's a decision maker, and then there's an appeals person. So at this time, are we just naming the coordinator, and then it leaves the other three positions open, the investigator, the decision maker, and the appeals person? I just want to make sure I understand what I'm voting on.
The resolution is strictly for the Title IX coordinator because there is an obligation under the law, under the regulations, to identify the Title IX coordinator to provide very specific contact information on the district's website. So that is the only one that is an appointment tonight. There is nothing that there's nothing in the Title IX regulations that says that the other individuals, the informal resolution providers or the investigator or decision makers have to be specifically identified by the board and by policy and by notification, by publication on websites. It is only the Title IX coordinator.
So Dr. Taylor, will we be naming eventually the other three people, even if the coordinator and investigator end up being one and the same person? Will we be naming those other three positions eventually?
So statutorily, I would have to review with Ms. Butler what is required for approval. I try to bring you things that are required to be approved.
Okay.
And so for this particular situation, when reviewing, because if you look at this agenda item, it's part of your reorg, right? It was one that slipped by us and just being very forthright. And so when Joanne and I were strategizing on the best way to approach this, to make sure that this is covered, this is even, I don't believe that the rest of those pieces need to be approved, but I have no objection to bringing them if they need to be. I know in some spaces, those can be they can be attached to stipends depending upon the collective bargaining and those type of things. So I would need to look at that. Similar to our affirmative action assistant and those type of things. They're guided by some of that collective bargaining. I don't have that answer right now, but if it is required to, we will definitely bring it.
So one last comment about that, considering in general, but particularly right now, because we're having issues regarding this, I hope that sooner rather than later, those other three individuals, even if maybe the first two are one and the same person, I hope that they're named very soon and that they are also put on the website, even if it's not required. I think students who are having issues and parents whose children were having issues, they would feel reassured if they knew exactly like who they were supposed to go to and what the chain of command was and what the process was. Like, hey, if you don't like the way it got resolved, you can appeal. Like, they would know exactly the names of the people. But I just hope that it happens sooner than later. But thank you for your answer.
Dr. Taylor, can I ask you, we already have Ms. Butler in place for this, and she's obviously been trained, right? And she's been in that position over a year. And I would love to see us pull this resolution until she can get the proper training, because I don't want anybody coming in from the federal government to sanction us. And there are too many serious things going on. What students and teachers are going to go to Dr. Perez now because they have a Title IX issue, and she has no idea what to do, and we don't have anything in place. This seems to have been something that was rushed and not fully thought out, because this is very, very serious. And I say to my colleagues on the board, you know, don't think about it being me. Think about what's right and what's wrong. And would you want to go into a job where you had absolutely no experience with the things that these young people have talked about today? Clearly, Ms. Butler is prepared to handle that, and Dr. Perez is not. Again, it's about, you know, putting somebody who's competent in that position. And as far as I'm concerned, there's no competence here because there's been no training. And if we're putting someone else in a position where they have no experience, no training.
Excuse me, Ms. Wright. Ms. Wright, Ms. Wright, I have to interject because I have to interject because you, Ms. Wright, Ms. Wright, Ms. Wright, I have to.
Point of order, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I have to interject because we're hitting a space where we're now talking about the performance of employees, their qualifications. I'm reflecting, Ms. Wright. Ms. Wright, I have to interject because you said not qualified. You said different things that could be interpreted.
She's not qualified because she hasn't been trained.
I can't continue this conversation because.
Point of order, please. Point of order. Point of order. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Dr. Taylor.
Board member, Ms. Butler, were you trained when we appointed you last year, before, during, or after?
On this specific information, no, because this only came into play after the fact. And I'm going through things, and it requires that the coordinator be an employee. I'm not an employee. These are all the new requirements under the Title IX regs, which did not exist back in May of 2020 when I was appointed.
Thank you. Board member Manning and then board member Bergen.
So that's what I was trying to bring us back to. This is new to assign someone. Previously, any Title IX complaints were referred to are up through your principal or the SAC or your guidance counselor or your teacher, and they were supposed to inform the affirmative action officer. So I think this is this new requirement is just to make sure that Title IX issues are handled separately outside of the affirmative action.
Thank you. Board member Bergen.
I was just going to ask Ms. Butler if it's right that these regulations are new and anyone who's in this position is learning them now because they were just issued.
I would expect, I cannot say with any certainty, but I would expect that a lot of people assumed the role without necessarily having the full complement of training. The training requirements are very specific. The issues that an individual needs to be trained on. Included in it is, how to conduct an investigation. But the more specific requirements are knowing, understanding the standard of review that has been selected to be used. Knowing that an individual's past sexual history cannot be used unless it is specifically related to the issue of consent when it's a prior relationship with the accused. Knowing that an individual's mental health records or health records cannot just simply be accessed without an individual's consent. Knowing that an individual must be considered, basically you're innocent until proven guilty. Those type of issues, and be trained to know that you can't have a bias. I am not at all minimizing the training, but it is, it is required that the Title IX coordinator receive training. There are no mandates as to, you have to use this program. You must do this in order to be trained sufficiently. That's not contained.
Yeah. No, my point is just that there was just a big change in the regulations. So everyone, including Strauss Esme, is learning what that means.
Right.
So it's not surprising.
When I started talking with you, I mentioned it to you, I don't know, sometime in March, I think, maybe February, I don't know. And I had reached out to Dr. Alegria before that because I knew that she was the administrator responsible to coordinate with policies. And I was looking around on other school district websites and was not finding policies. And I had asked whether Strauss Esme had ever provided a policy, was told, no, we've not received it. And I followed up with them and they were having a great deal of difficulty. But they have now, I don't even know if they've provided that rough draft to anybody but me. I don't know. This was, we were trying to work together to get something on the books for the board. I don't know. And they have not come back to me after reviewing my comments, but I tried to work everything together into one document so we could at least get the policy moving.
Thank you. Board member Cuddle, wait.
I'm
Board
sorry.
member, Board member Cuddle and then Board member Wakefield.
Thank you, President Joshua. So, Ms. Butler, just to clarify, does the state of New Jersey require that the affirmative action officer also serve as Title IX coordinator?
No.
Does the Title IX coordinator need to be a lawyer?
No.
Does a Title IX coordinator need to be somebody who is in the realm of doing HR, or they can also be the equity officer?
There is no specific directive as to who the Title IX coordinator should be. With any particular expertise, but it would make more sense that you're working, that the individual who is doing it has experience in the area of, has knowledge and experience in the area of forms of discrimination, forms of harassment, conducting investigations. And typically that would be your affirmative action officer.
Thank you. Board member Wakefield.
So in the summary document that I found online that covers the new regulations from September 2020, it says the new regulations do not specify when the training must occur, how long the training must be, or how often it should be provided. Title IX personnel and employees responsible for reporting violations should be trained as soon as possible. So if we're at a sticking point around when I don't think any of us are contesting the fact that the Title IX officer needs training, but if the sticking point is when the training occurs, doesn't seem there's anything in the regulations that says the training must occur before the appointment is made.
That's correct.
And so you've been there for a year and haven't been trained. So I guess, we can just go on without training. I don't see what the rush is, especially since Dr. Perez isn't going anywhere. And I'm real comfortable with you there as a legal person. But I don't know, I think we should pull the resolution until we know more. I don't want to lose any federal funds on conjecture.
Thank you. Thank you, Board member Wright. So I don't I mean, I guess from a process standpoint, my sense that we've put forth all the resolutions, right? So I don't know if we can pull one back. So you let me know, Ms. Butler, if that's, if we want to go how can we do this if this is something we wanted to do?
The cleanest way would be to rescind the motion, putting everything forward, and then a new resolution being presented that excises that out.
Okay, so before we move forward, I just want to see, let's continue the discussion of the motion items up for motion as a whole. Generally, when we think there might be an opportunity to have a further discussion on one, we should separate before we get to this point.
Yes.
But here we are, so let's just see if there's anything else that might warrant this, and then just do it all at once. Board Member Manny.
I'm sorry, but we do have to appoint someone other than Ms. Butler, right? Because she's not an employee.
Right.
That's correct.
So that was my question. Who in the district would meet that threshold at this point, at this moment, now that we're here? If that's the case.
Especially with everything going on.
That's my concern, is that we have a lot going on. We heard from the students, we heard from parents, we heard from people that are concerned, and that we need to make sure we have we are doing everything correctly, and that we have the right people in place to make sure that this is being done.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. Any other discussion items on any other discussion or any other items for motion this evening?
Oh, no, I wanted to talk about the field, Underhill.
Okay, but that's not an item up, so let's put that under new business. Okay.
Actually, I did have a concern.
Board Member Malaspina, go ahead.
Sorry, item number 4127 AC, the OER training.
Hey, I've lost my audio. I can't.
Do you hear me now? Are you hearing me okay?
We heard you, Dr. Taylor.
We can hear you. I think Dr. Taylor is having trouble hearing, but we heard him. Can you hear us now? No. The headphones are probably
headphones died because it's so
Yeah.
late.
Yep. That's my guess too.
Can I continue with or should we wait?
Let's give it one minute, Board Member Malaspina. Let's make sure he can hear you so we don't have to repeat ourselves. Can you hear us, Dr. Taylor?
Yes, I apologize. I had some technical issues. I'm back.
Okay.
Yes.
It's
right.
okay.
Board Member Malaspina, go ahead.
So 4127 AC, the OER training, that never really left committee. I'm concerned. We had concerns in committee, in the CNI committee, about this. We never reached a full agreement, I believe, in committee about this. So I'm confused as to why it is now here. Because while I agree that the training is good, I feel that it's another initiative that we're spending money on that doesn't support our struggling students, and we need to be really focusing on spending our money on our struggling students at this time, and our training of staff on ways to help that. And while this initiative could be helpful, I don't believe it's appropriate at this time to bring forward.
Yeah. So just to be clear, committees don't vote or determine what comes forward to the board or to the agenda. The committees can choose to support or not support something, but it doesn't stop my authority to put something forward on the agenda. I did hear you and your opinion that you shared about this with Dr. Friedman based on your experience of using it. but we have the line item for it. Our assistant superintendent for CNI recommends it. You know, it's shown to have a long-lasting impact on our district as far as us taking off, getting rid of our reliance on text books in the future. And I think it's appropriate, so I'll put it forward, you know, based on that. And again, this is not intimate that there was a unanimous support in that committee. The committee was shared the information, and it's my job to determine what moves forward with the board president to the agenda, and the rest of the board can consider it and vote their conscience on it.
Oh, then I'd like it to be pulled out so that we can vote separately on it. Just like I would like the Title IX coordinator to also be pulled out.
Thank you, Board Member Malspina. Any other discussion on any
Oh
other?
my God. I just had an epiphany. I know it's late, but listen, I do know an employee in the district who has background in this type of thing, who has a background in this type of thing.
Ms. Wright, Board Member Wright, I just want to warn you, we probably shouldn't be talking about employees
No, I'm just
specifically.
saying, you know, I'm just saying we're looking for somebody and it just came to me. Oh my God. So I'm just saying.
Thank you, Board Member Wright, for that.
I'm sorry, I got excited.
No, please, we like your energy,
Thank you.
especially after midnight.
I took my nap today because I knew it would be a long night. So I'm an eager beaver and I'm up.
Any other discussion for any other items up for a vote before we go through the rescission severing process? Board Member Cottle. You're muted, Board Member Cottle.
I had a question in regards to the, I had it up and I closed the window. I'm sorry. The resolution in regards to our facility fees. My simple question was that one that's just, we automatically do it every year, or was that updated specifically during right now? Because I brought this up in FFT, but we didn't get an answer. The current rate would be set in July. Currently, right now, to my understanding, is we as a district are not actually renting out our facilities due to COVID. So I was not sure if we are moving in that, one, and two, if the fees include additional cleaning concerns because of COVID. I know it might seem minor, but I just didn't get an answer to that. I'm sorry.
The resolution is something we move forward with every year. It's just something we do every year. As far as the concerns for as far as cleaning, honestly, that has not been discussed. If that's something we want to try to pass on, we haven't been renting indoor facilities at all. We've just been using fields, and even then it's just the people we have partnerships with that we normally don't charge anyway. If we want to reconsider for COVID cleaning, that's something we can consider down the road, I guess. Wouldn't even know how to calculate that, I guess is the word. I guess that's something we can consider going forward if the board wants to consider that as an additional cost if we do want to open the building again to outside organizations. Because as of right now, it's just the usual people who are using our buildings that we normally don't charge. I hope that answered your question.
Student Rep Foreman, does your cat have a question?
I think she's okay. Thank you, though.
Great. Any other questions on other items up for a vote this evening before we go through the process? Okay, Ms. Butler, so should I make the motion to rescind the discussion motion? Is that the clean way to do this?
It's rescinding the motion, putting forth 4124 to 4134, because that
Okay.
was
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
seconded.
Okay.
And everybody,
All right. All right. I'd like to make a motion to, is it reset? What? Yes, Dr. Sella?
I could just withdraw it, right?
you can
To our
withdraw the
solicitor.
motion.
Yeah, I withdraw that motion. And then we can put forward
Got it.
the
Yep.
the
I
same
have it.
piece. So got it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I now make a motion to bring forward for discussion 4124 through 4134, with the exception of 41270 and 4127AC. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor?
Aye.
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 That is
I just wanna make-
unanimous.
Right,
It's unanimous,
Four-
Ms. Del Gercio. Yes,
Four-
Ms. Butler?
I just want to make sure I have it right. 4124 to 4134, except 4127
Oh,
and
4127AC.
C. That's what I wanted to make sure I had it right. Thank you.
Correct. Okay, any discussion on 4124 through 4134 except 41270 and 4127AC? Right, seeing none, close it.
Is the conduct of the board, is this the first or second reading?
I believe that's 0164 is the second reading. Am I right, Ms. Bergen, Board Member Bergen?
Yes, it's the second reading.
It's a second
like
reading.
I'd like to sever that.
Taylor, well, I guess I need to
Withdraw.
withdraw the motion. And that is, I will now make that's 4128. Okay. I now make a motion to bring forward for discussion 4124 through 4134, with the exception of 41270, 4127AC, and 4128. Can I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Board Member Zubieta. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That was unanimous, Ms. Del Gercio. Any discussion on 4124 through 4134, with the exceptions of 4128, 41270, and 4127AC? Okay, seeing none, close the discussion on those items. Ms. Del Gercio, can you please call the roll on 4124 through 4134, again with the exceptions of 41270, 4127AC, and 4128.
Okay. Board Member Susan Bergen,
Yes.
Board Member Shannon Cuttle,
Yes.
Board Member Thayer Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Manny,
Yes.
Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
You got it. Yes.
Considering how late, anyway. Board Member Erin Siders,
Yes.
Board Member Courtney Winkfield,
Yes.
Board Member Johanna Wright,
Yes.
Board Member Kamal Zubieta.
Yes.
Okay. We're good. We're in unanimous.
Thank you. Any further discussion on 41270 and 4127AC?
Will you just remind me the names of each of those? Because I got a little confused with all the numbers.
Sure. Not a problem. I'm going to pull them up so I can give you the exact names. I don't want to mess it up.
Thank you.
412, yeah, I'm going to do that one separate because we haven't had discussion. So I know there might be discussion, whereas I don't anticipate any more discussion on these two items.
Well, I mean, Thayer, I just want to make it clear that it's not the other parts that any of us seem to have concerns about. It's only that one in the 41270.
Yeah, I understand. I think Dr. Taylor was referring to resolution 4128. So,
Okay.
yeah. So 41270 is the organizational appointments for the 2020-2021 school year, which refer to appointing Ms. Del Gershio to replace Mr. Roth in a series of roles in the short term, and then appointing Dr. Perez as the district Title IX coordinator, replacing Ms. Butler. 4127AC is an approval and agreement with ISKME, the Institute for Study of Knowledge, for professional development. Okay, any discussion on those two? All right, seeing none, closing discussion. Ms. Del Gershio, can you please call the roll in reverse order for 41270 and 4127AC?
You want me to do the roll call together or two separate?
Together.
Together? Okay. Okay, I want to make sure my records are right. Okay. Board member Susan Bergen?
Yes.
Board member Shannon Cuddle?
We didn't hear you, Board Member.
We didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
That's a yes.
That's a yes? Okay. Board member Thayer Joshua?
Yes.
Okay. Board member Anne Marie Manny?
Yes.
Board member Alyssa Malaspina?
It's okay. No.
Okay. Board member Erin Siders?
Yes.
Board member Courtney Winkfield?
Yes.
Board member Johanna Wright?
No.
Board member Kamal Zubieta?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes for the two resolutions.
Thank you. Now bringing up 4128 for discussion. This is policies. Any discussion on the policies up for first, I guess really second read, but first read as well, that we haven't already discussed this evening? Board Member Manny.
Susan, I didn't quite understand the surveillance camera, how it's not going to change what we're doing. So I would just like to understand that before next meeting.
Okay. Do you want me to say it again now, or you can talk?
I think we can do that off.
Yeah, I think email to the board would be.
No,
helpful.
I do remember that in one of the prior security policies that we passed when we first implemented the security officer, there was quite a bit of conversation about surveillance and having access to the tapes or live streaming as well. So I just need to go back and refresh my memory what that was.
Sure. I'll send something around.
Great. Thanks.
Board Member Malaspina.
Hi. For the sexual harassment policy, and I don't remember the name, number, it's 5751. I am happy to pass it on first read, but I do believe we need to make some substantial changes, and especially take into the concerns of the community that we heard from tonight and others. And you know, I want to put that out there that I believe we have to take their concerns into whatever policy, you know, whatever the second read looks like. I understand the need to pass it now, but I want to make that clear that I believe we must.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. I believe that is the plan as outlined by Board Member Bergen during the report, that there will be an opportunity for input. And you know, this may come back as a first read. We're not sure, but we do know, because of the substantial revisions that happened from the first read back in March, that we may be here again next month, and that's okay, because we want to get it right. Any other discussion on policies before we close discussion? All right, yep, Board Member Cottle.
In relation, just to follow up from the sexual harassment policy, I shared and will have really stated that in looking at this, making sure that we are not just following protocol and procedure, but we have best practices in mind. So I know the district has been looking into that, so I appreciate that, and I know the policy committee has as well. The teen dating violence policy and the sexual harassment policy, as well as the transgender student policy, all three have been in the queue for a while. So I appreciate us taking this up now.
Thank you, Board Member Cottle. Any other comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, closing discussion. Ms. Del Gercio, can you please call the roll for 4128?
Okay, 4128. Okay. Board Member Susan Bergen.
Yes.
Board Member Shannon Cuttle.
Yes.
Board Member Thayer Joshua.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Manning.
Yes.
Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Yes.
Board Member Erin Siders.
Yes.
Board Member Courtney Winkfield.
Yes.
Board Member Johanna Wright.
Yes.
Board Member Kamal Zubieta.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Del Gercio.
Right.
We are now at the time for new business. Any new business anyone wants to bring up this evening?
I would, President Joshua.
Go ahead, Board Member Wright.
I would really, I listened to the gentleman tonight talk about Underhill Field, and I wanted to talk about that anyway. We absolutely need to do the best that we can to take care of that field. I remember 10 years ago when one of our stellar athletes ripped up her ankle pretty badly. And it was a good thing that she had already signed to run with the University of Kentucky. It was horrible, and the board totally ignored it. And I ended up going to the two towns. And as a result, we ended up doing a huge fundraiser to redo the field. And that's how it got done. And we haven't kept it up. And we have some really elite athletes that use those fields. You know, whether it's the baseball field in the back, the football field, the lacrosse players, the tracksters, that tartan surface is done. Like the gentleman said, it is the worst thing that I've ever seen. And I happened to be at a couple of meets where the other teams refuse to run on it. That's an embarrassment with the kind of money that we pay. I think we need to do that post haste. And the money's already been set aside, I do believe. But we need to start that as quickly, I think, as we can for the safety of our students and others, or we're going to find ourselves in a lot of litigation. I'm hoping that we can do that. And that's my new business.
I'm in agreement with Ms. Wright. I believe we.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. Ms. Togashi, I guess a question that I have on that, and it's late, so. My understanding is that I get the bonds that we have already, I guess, we sold bonds, and so the proceeds from those bonds, about 120-ish million or so. My understanding is that most of those were for the construction projects as we've discussed, and that third tranche was going to cover the remaining, which included the field. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's my understanding as well. And my understanding, if we keep with the schedule that we have regarding the bond sales, the next bond sale, I believe, is August or September. It's in the fall generally. So the funding, technically the funding for it wouldn't be until that period of time.
So we sold those bonds and received the proceeds.
Right, right. And as great as it would be to have it happen this summer, I don't know, because still has to go to Trenton for approval. You know, we have a committee we're just starting to pull together. So as much as I would love to be able to do it this year, meaning, you know, like for the summer or the fall, plus we also have to bid it out, and that takes time as well. So as much as I'd love to say we could get it done in time for, say, football season or anything like that, I don't want to tie us into any time frame, but I would think it's kind of short time right now for this summer or even for possibly the fall, but I would have to get a better timeline from our architect. I don't want to lock us into anything right now. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other new board member Manny? And then board member Cuddle. I saw you, and then there you go.
Great,
Board member
great.
Manny.
So does that mean we would have to have another bond sale, or we'd have to pull up, let's just say all the stars aligned and we thought we could replace the Underhill turf, you know, in July. Would we have to raise the funds before that?
I'd have to talk with like bond counsel and the auditor, but we haven't appropriated all the funds we currently have sold. So I would think we would be okay, so to speak. I know the timing of the sale was for certain projects to happen at certain times, but I don't think anything is locked in to say, no, you can't do that project until you sell your third set of bonds. I don't think it works that way. So if everything were to line up, and as long as all the other projects aren't out, which we know is not the case right now. You know, we're just working on the first 4 schools right now. If it was perfect timing, I believe we would be okay. We would just have to make sure we sell the bonds in the fall. That's all. I hope that answered your question. Okay.
Board member Cuddle.
Thank you, President Joshua. So I guess my question was kind of circling back to the concerns expressed earlier during our meeting and related to our sexual harassment teen dating violence policy. The state of New Jersey did implement. There was a question earlier about a consent policy. So I just wanted to give an opportunity for the district to be able to speak about that, either be Dr. Taylor.
Board member Siders has a hand up there, I think.
Yeah, or Vice President Siders, thank you.
I'm sorry. My hand is unrelated to your question.
Dr. Taylor, then it's back to you, or Dr. Freeman.
Board member Cuddle, the question was regarding a change in policy for per the state for consent. I don't have that information in front of me, or am I misunderstanding the question?
No, it's not a change in policy. So within was supposed to be started within the 2019-2020 school year was a consent between a consent in health curriculum that was supposed to be mandated by the state of New Jersey through 6th through 12th grade. And I'm assuming that we have perhaps, because the question on consent within our health curricula and other was mentioned tonight, that is actually a state policy, and we adhere to state policy, so I assume that we have one. So I thought perhaps that you could speak to that.
I don't have that information in front of me. I'm not sure if Dr. Freeman does as well. I do know that one of the challenges that we've been dealing with the health curriculum and physical education was a budget decision in previous years to alleviate that, supervisor, I believe. So I know that Dr. Freeman and Ann Bodner have been trying to fill that gap personally. Do you have anything else, Dr. Freeman, for that? Sorry, you muted.
No, Dr. Taylor. I mean, just kind of reiterating what you had mentioned, you know, just filling in that gap of not having a supervisor.
But we definitely are noting the concern, and as I mentioned previously with my discussion with Board Rep Foreman, that one of our priorities was to revisit our health curriculum for our middle schools, especially to make sure that those important conversations are occurring, and we'll make a commitment to do that research and put it and give an update in your Friday packet to make sure that the board knows where we are with the health curriculum and the consent piece, especially for the early grades.
I appreciate that, Dr. Taylor. So do I take that? I'm sorry, and I didn't think I was putting us on the spot. So, and I know it's late, so my apologies. So do I take that to mean that perhaps we don't have that in place right now? And that's.
I wouldn't say that. I'm just not familiar with it. And so I wouldn't want to make that leap that it is or isn't. I just would allow us just space to be able to do the proper research to be able to give the guidance.
Sure.
And we can give it to you right away. Sure.
Sure. I just thought it might be something you might know about. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cuttle. Board Member Siders, and then Zubieta.
Hello. Just going back to the discussion about Underhill. So if the field is in as bad shape as the community has said, I haven't seen it. So I'm going by the expertise of the folks who use those fields and the students who use those fields. What's our game plan then? What do if we can't say tonight, or even maybe by next meeting, if we can't say that we're going to get that field fixed, then what do we do? What's next?
Well, I think what our school business admin noted and what I noted earlier is that we're waiting on a response from our architect who can help us to understand some of those questions. And our architect did follow up with me today to connect him with the AD. And I did do that. I would expect a response sooner than later. And we'll also look at and speak with our financial advisors about other options that the board could consider. If it is indeed a very significant health and safety concern, there are some emergency fundings and things like that that can be considered. But I think it takes county or even quasi-state approval to use those funds. That would be outside of the funds that Board Member Manny brought up, but could be, to put all considerations on the table for the board. We'll do that and give you a recommendation based on what's available to us.
Thank you.
Zubieta. You are muted.
Related to this, I'm wondering, I know we've built our reserves very carefully and that this work was initially meant to be done using the funds from our bonding, but we do have a maintenance reserve. So to me, I'm not saying it's the only solution, but I feel like one creative solution could be right now to treat it like the Marshall boiler and treat it like an emergency and go and dip into our maintenance reserves. And when we write a resolution for this, we commit to replacing those exact same funds when the next bonding occurs.
Maintenance reserve is for the intent of repairing buildings, is my understanding. So
it's not for infrastructure in general?
Well, it's for buildings. It's not, my understanding is it's for, when we reserve the money, it's for a building. It's not, and I'm not saying that Underhill is not important. I don't want anybody to misunderstand me, but they have very specific instructions on how to use the funds. I mean, we have capital reserve, but in all of that, the issue right now, in my opinion, is not where the funding is going to come from. The issue is getting the approval from the state of New Jersey. And right now there's only 2 people down. My understanding is there's only 2 people down in Trenton reviewing plans for the entire state. So we could get the plans down there tomorrow and they may take 6 weeks to approve. and then we would still have to go out to bid, and then it may not, I mean, I understand the intent, we want to get this done quickly, but there's also the process that goes with getting it done quickly and getting it done. We may not be able to, you know, and also the timing. I mean, do we want to tie up our entire field if it happens that we can do it in the fall? Then we don't have a football field for the fall, you know, and that's an important piece we also have to consider. So a lot of times it's going to take a lot of planning with the athletic department, and I don't want to just say, yeah, we'll do it, but then athletics can't accommodate what we need to get, what needs to happen in order for it to happen. So we've reached out to the architects. We're working with them to get a timeline to find out how we can do this, but we're also need a committee together from the high school. And we did have a meeting last week regarding forming committees for the various projects that will be happening in the high school. So the process has started. We just need to just gather all the information and present the best scenario.
So I understand what you're saying about that the maintenance reserve is meant for buildings, not for other stuff. But I'm just wondering, like when we needed a boiler, how did we make that happen so fast? Like, how is this different? And I'm not saying it to be difficult, because you just explained to me that maintenance reserves is not meant for anything but buildings. And so maybe it's that I don't understand the rules. I'm just curious, how come a boiler can get fixed fast and not go through that 6-week process, but a turf can't?
I wasn't involved in the boiler process, but that's almost considered an emergent need because you need heat in a building.
Okay.
You don't, and I'm not saying that we don't need a field. don't get me wrong.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to understand. I'm not trying to say that you don't understand the importance.
No, and I understand the field is important, but there's a different process. The state will hold that too. They're not necessarily going to consider a field emergent. We do. Okay. I mean, we want it fixed for the students in the community, but heat in a building, the state of New Jersey or the county office. And since I wasn't involved in that process, I don't want to speak to it because I don't know the behind the scenes on that.
Okay. Thank you.
No.
Taylor, were you going to chime in on that?
I was just going to interject that there are, you know, there's specific language that guides those decisions and what's allowable and what's not allowable. And it can get pretty specific, and sometimes it even involves a county approval for some of those funds, if that's helpful.
Yes,
that's why I was saying, yeah. That's why I was saying that we could take it back and look at all the options, right, and kind of lay them out and see what the unintended consequences are.
Okay, so I take it we will get updates on that throughout the weeks, you know, the week and week ahead. Any other new business this evening? Board Member Malsmina.
I'm going to bring it up yet again. It's 12:42. We need to do better on our time management in our board meetings, and we have to continue to have the discussion and look at how we are going to make it so that we are not up till 1 o'clock making decisions. I mean, we didn't start until at least 10. It was more like 10:30, 11 before we started making decisions as a board. So I'm putting that out there yet again because I'm going to keep saying it until something changes.
Understood. Thank you. I think it's very simple. Shorter presentations. We sort of had that today. We did have a guest who offered a very important presentation. Shorter questions and shorter answers. That's how we get there. Any other new business? Okay, closing new business. And the meeting, more or less. The Board of Education will meet a special public session on Monday, May 3rd at 2021 at 6:30 p.m. via online video conference platform for a budget hearing. Immediately following the session, the Board of Education will meet in closed session at 7:30 to discuss personnel, legal issues, negotiations, and other matters. Community can view the meeting by viewing steps that will be listed on the agenda. Action will be taken. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Monday, May 10th at 6:30 p.m. via online video conference platform. Immediately following roll call, the Board of Education We'll adjourn to closed session to discuss personnel, legal issues, negotiations. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet again in public session for the organizational staff renewal meeting using the online video conference platform. Action will be taken. The Board of Education will be in closed session on Monday, May 17th at 6:30 p.m. via the online video conference platform to discuss personnel, legal issues, negotiations, and other matters to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Ed will meet in a special public session at 7:30 p.m. using the online video conference platform. Action will be taken. Okay, it is now 12:45 on April 20th. I wish everyone continued good health. Please be safe and look forward to seeing all of you in person soon. Take care and have a wonderful night.
Stay safe, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.